want to make sure that, sorry, I did my online and I'm paranoid. So I want to make sure Jennifer West. Maybe I'll probably.
You're fine though.
Okay.
You're bringing it down. It's going to be about 15 minutes, so it'll be fine to give it probably enough time. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, July 2nd, or August 2nd, apologies. It is 9:31 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm joined today by my colleagues, Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Board Member Laurel Firestone is unable to be with us today. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, meaning we have both a online component and then also an in-person here component. For those of you who are joining us online, you're either viewing us one of two ways, through our customary webcast at the Cali PA website or our live YouTube live link. If you intend on commenting on any of the items on today's agenda, though, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions at the top of the agenda on how to do so. If you have any challenges getting onto the platform today, though, you may email our clerk of the board at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, and our clerk of the board can assist you. Until it is your turn to comment on an item, you will be on mute and your video will be turned off. And for those of you here in the room, good morning, welcome. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. Please do observe the exits closest to you here. If there is an emergency, we'll calmly file out. We'll go to Cesar Chavez Park and await further instructions. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any item and you are here in person, there is should be a laptop around here to sign up in person. And then otherwise, please do state your name and affiliation when you come up for your item. I also skipped over who is joining us as well, which is our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, Mike Woloffer, our Chief Counsel, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop, and our Clerk of the Board is Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. With that, we can move on to our public forum, where any member of the public wishing to address the board on an item not calendared before the board may do so. I think we have roughly about 4 public comment speakers, public forum speakers, and so we can actually begin with Conrad Fisher.
Hi, thank you. I just, the Racial Equity Action Plan, again, Conrad Fisher with Water Climate Trust, excuse me. The Racial Equity Action Plan workshops, as you know, completed last week. And I just wanted to kind of bring up something that has been brought up at every stage of this process, which is that water for rivers is a racial equity issue. The staff is amazing. They seem open to this idea, but nonetheless, the draft document that was put out did not acknowledge this explicitly, and the actions to implement would none of them would actually result in less water taken out of rivers or less pollution put into rivers. There's quite a bit of energy given to preserving human right to water, which is great, but water for fish is a racial equity issue, not only for California tribes, but also river-dependent communities throughout California. So I guess would ask the board to revisit this issue. Why is it not showing up? What will it take to get it to show up? And this is not just something that's been brought up in the Racial Equity Action Plan. It's been brought up for decades with the California Water Board. And the action plan overall, it focuses on outputs more than outcomes. And I think that's a common pattern of government agencies. but I would encourage Water Board and staff working on this at every juncture, every time there's an action to implement. What is the outcome? Is the outcome more water for rivers or less pollution going into rivers? Or is the outcome new paperwork, more papers, some more meetings with more people? If the outcome is not actually felt by rivers and fish and river people, then we need to put more binding actions in there. And a few ideas on there. One is what did come out of the public process, because uniquely the staff allowed the public to actually write what they wanted. I would encourage every water board member to go before it disappears. We'll look at 1A, because what the public put in there is more on point with what has been asked for decades by river dependent communities. California Water Action Plan. Parts of that have not yet been implemented, which if they did, would constitute a huge step towards racial equity, which is determining how much water 5 key rivers in California need. That hasn't happened, particularly for the Shasta River. The water rights response to climate change. If the water board were to implement that, not just for new water right applications, but for all water in California, that alone would achieve remarkable racial equity for tribes and other river dependent communities. And then finally, enforcing existing TMDL standards. Yet again, an example of where we can enforce things that are already on the books. So I would really like to know, it's a mystery to me, why still the action plan doesn't have these concrete things. Is it the water board telling staff they can't? Is it that the staff is not comprised of river dependent communities? I don't know, but please, let's figure it out together. Maybe it's the governor. Maybe the governor does not want truly to curtail water use and rectify the historic racial inequity. If that's the case, we need to deal with it. Whatever the problem is, let's figure it out and ensure that the final version of the racial equity action plan protects the rights of river dependent communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. You don't need to opine publicly whether or not the governor is stopping the board on any of the racial equity work. And in here, I want to note, we really made sure to say at the top of each one of our racial equity action plan meetings here that this was a very, not even a draft. These were just a collection of ideas, and that this step truly was to go out and listen. And so I really appreciate your participation in those discussions. I appreciate your continued advocacy and helping this board accomplish its mission. And I think when you look across, as you well know, this last year, tracking issues like water rights curtailment in the Shasta and the Scott, it's pretty incredible what we've been able to do. And here, it's been by the support and faith of this governor. So know that we're incredibly supportive here as a board of making sure we have real, substantive, actual discussions here and really value this input around what specifically we should include in our action plan. And do know that we started these meetings saying this isn't even a draft. This is just our collection of things that came up in the course of here, the racial equity resolution, and then developing these workshops. So we're here to listen, here to hear all voices, and as always, do as best we can to balance what are a really difficult set of circumstances that, as you said, are generational in their coming to this board. So I appreciate your comments and importantly, your support around the work. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Next, I'd like to call David Webb.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a quick question. Do I have the opportunity to share my screen at all?
I don't believe you do. If there was anything that you would have liked to share, and for future circumstances, do just share it with Janine Townsend, our clerk of the board, and then we can get it up on screen for just security purposes. We don't allow anyone to share screen. Apologies, Mr. Webb.
All right, thank you very much. So I'd first like to give, this is David Webb from the Friends of the Shasta River. I'd like to talk a little bit about how things are looking up here. I think the board is really to be congratulated for taking the hard steps that have taken us from where right now we would have been seeing 2, 3, 4, 5 cubic feet per second at the mouth of the river, a basically stream of nothing more than treated sewage water from the city of Wairika, to where we've been at least approaching the 50 CFS that you've mandated. At the same time, we need to recognize that that 50 CFS was supposed to be a minimum, that the flow is in the river as measured 30 miles upstream at the Shasta River and near the Grenada pumps. And yet it's being treated apparently in terms of water management as a target throughout the summer, and a target that we haven't been consistently hitting since June. And I think we need to take a hard look at what it's going to take to meet the mandated minimum, realizing that the water is clearly there. Beyond that, there are some activities that have been going on up here that to us at least present the appearance of both backroom deals that may not be entirely appropriate and treating persons with an environmental focus as second-class citizens. There's been some sort of water swap going on, engaging the gifting of water owned by the public, managed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Big Springs Irrigation District, without any public process discussing that. We don't see that as necessarily any different than giving away state vehicles or the very building you're meeting in to the public or for private use. And really deserves to be a public process if it's going to occur. We also have noted that the Montague Irrigation District appears to be continuing to exercise an emergency permit that by all the paperwork expired on December 31st of last year, and which your board staff say can only be extended by board action, yet they are still using the river to release water that is too hot for coho salmon. And there has been no public noticing of that, no public reporting of it, no public engagement in discussions, and no responding to the comments that we've made on the inappropriateness of pulse flows to the river coming out of Dwynell or hot water coming out of Dwynell. And we think that's entirely inappropriate and really needs to be looked at by the board, and a more public process mandated for these public resources, not allow the staff to make deals behind the scenes with no engagement by the public. And we also note that the Montague Irrigation District had filed for a permanent change to their water right. And to that request, we filed timely comments. The Montague District was supposed to respond within 30 days. They did not. The water board staff gave them additional 30 days, which they did not respond in. We are still waiting for their response. And it appears as though this is part of the ongoing deal that is being allowed, where they are using the river as a conduit to deliver water to the city of Montague without any valid permit to do that, either to provide municipal or industrial water or to use the river for that conduit. And again, it appears as though persons with environmental concerns are being treated as second-class citizens, excluded from the discussion, even though we have made every effort to be part of the process. So we'd like the board to weigh that and perhaps give the staff more direction to outreach to us also when they're going to be working on private deals that the public ought to be aware of. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate you elevating and flagging these issues, and thank you for your time this morning and addressing the board. Next, I'd like to call up Ginger Samito.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Ginger Samito, and I live in the Shasta Basin of Siskiyou County, in which there are 84 permitted parcels. Near my home is over 10,000 of the 15,000 illegal football-sized greenhouses in the county. This rural area was targeted by organized criminals because of the lack of resources to enforce regulations and laws. We have only 6 officers to patrol over 1,600 miles of roads, and officers needing backup may wait up till an hour for assistance. 284 of these organized criminals were traced from Trinity County, who pressed by the water board with violations, notice of violations. Where are you? I'm sorry.
I apologize. We pulled up, it looks like a slide that you provided the clerk of the board. Sorry if it kind of,
okay.
Yeah, flashed.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's
okay. Okay. 284 of these organized criminals were traced from Trinity County, who, when pressed by the water board with notices of violations, purchased property to reestablish their operations in this county. We contacted the Water Board in 2020 with our concerns over the water, the environment, and the wasteful abuse of the water used to break the laws. And continually, we have asked for help for our law enforcement in this county, but we hear nothing but silence. Our focus remains and always has been on water and law, and not racially as presented to the state. That is a smoke screen. Slide 2, please. Slide 2, please.
Yeah, sorry, thank you.
Okay. There are 3 main water abusers who provide water under the guise of human consumption. As you can see from the pictures in this, that the water is being pumped from a swimming pool into non-potable water tanks, water trucks, to numerous sites in this basin. A board of supervisors from Lassen County and several other witnesses followed one of these trucks from DMOA site straight to an unpermitted parcel with 2 large greenhouses and nothing more. Slide 3, please. Slide. Thank you. Another water abuser has set up an apparatus to fill multiple water trucks simultaneously and lets it run on the ground between fills and openly has a sign on the site for delivering water, although this person has no trucks, only water, selling the water. These water trucks run from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. in a residential area. No potable certified trucks, no potable water source, and doubtful that the drivers are licensed or with endorsements, proper endorsements, and or there exists any insurance on those trucks. Slide 4, please. In this slide, you can see the data, at least for the last 10 days. And 186 days since the curtailment, we can verify from the MUA and the Sousa site that 32 million gallons has been transported to parcels from those 2 abusers. We have witnesses of at least 25 additional trucks at 4,000 gallon capacity hauling from the Grisette well. But we have no means to validate, only the continual noises at night from the backup signals on these trucks. Slide 5, please. We are gravely concerned with the severity of the environmental damage from the massive quantities of toxic chemicals, some banned in the US, the fecal matter in open trenches, the number of burn pits, some burning daily with chemical containers containing denim, and the animal poisoning littering the sites. This valley will become an ecological dead zone if allowed to continue. Slide 6, please. Another concern is the fire suppression. We're in the 3rd year of the drought. We're entering the 4th year, and we are already in a fire hazard condition. Our local fire department well is dry, and the local reservoir of Shastina has depleted over 1,000 acre feet in 1 month. Where is this water going to come from for fire suppression? We're afraid. We're afraid of our lives. We're afraid of our community. Last week, a resident in this local area told us their well has already gone dry, and we fear there's going to be more that occurs. Slide 6, please. Slide 7, please. Sorry. Another concern is the Shasta River minimum thresholds for their aquatic life and the public trust. It's still being violated. I understand that it is improved from last year to this year, but the water that's being stolen could be in the river, and the water that is being denied to the ranchers and the farmers who have been good stewards to the land, yet the wasteful abuse for illegal purposes continues. We don't understand this, and I don't think anybody in this valley does. Slide 8, please. This basin has contaminated soil, possible water poisoning and air quality degraded by the dust pollutants filled with chemicals and fecal residue, potentially harming the health and safety of every living creature in this valley. Siskiyou County needs help to stop and assist with Superfund cleanup. I'm getting feedback, sorry. Siskiyou County needs help to stop this and the assistance with the Superfund cleanup so that we can make sure that the environment for the future generations is there to enjoy. If I have allocated time, I'd like to return to slide 3, please, and show you a video across from a residence of Daryl Souza's pumping.
Apologies, Ms. Samito, but you have used your 5 minutes at this point, so I would ask that we forego the video. But I do want to, again, thank you for calling this to attention. I'd note, importantly, even if here the amounts of water we're talking about aren't significant, but we do take very seriously the issue of any waste and or illegal activities. And so would note that since 2019, and here I want to be careful because there's a firewall between our enforcement staff and us here as board members. So each one of these individual cases are not things that we follow up on. It's very important that that be just conducted by our enforcement staff. But I do have an update from our enforcement staff on the activities that we've been able to help contribute to here in Siskiyou County, and would note that we have issued over 50 notices of violation for cannabis-related water rights and water quality investigations since 2019. We've conducted 52 drought curtailment inspections since 2020. 25 of those have been in the last 6 months in the county, issued 18 administrative civil liability orders, and are here, again, to be strong partners in tackling what is one component of very complicated circumstances given this drought. You know, we've talked about, and at this board, are obviously curtailing as well. We are doing everything we can to support, we know, again, what are difficult circumstances here at the local level, exacerbated sometimes by illegal activities, but do know that the board is putting resources. It isn't on deaf ears, but we won't respond to each, we don't here, especially as a board, respond to each one of these cases, but did want to be able to provide that summary of what we're hearing from our enforcement staff on the activities that we're able to support in the county. So appreciate your engagement here, Ms. Samito, your work with our staff. It doesn't fall on deaf ears, and appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rich Anderson.
And Mr. Anderson has not joined us on the platform, and he was an if necessary, I believe, anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Loffer. We will then now go to Nick Jocelyn. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Applaud the efforts that have been made during the historic drought that we are in. To set the stage for my comments, currently the Shasta River, the USGS gauge in Wairika is reading 44.1 cubic feet a second, not the 50 the drought regulation stipulates, plus the 7 to 8 CFS that taxpayers have paid for. My family settled in the Little Shasta Valley in 1854 and lived on the ranch until around 2010. At that point, my family, who was unable to keep up with regulations, sold to the neighboring rancher. He bought our ranch for the water rights and the ditch we had shared. My family did not go extinct when we sold the ranch. We did not lose that history or tradition. We did not suffer losses like the tribes have suffered. We did not suffer losses like the river has suffered. We simply moved on. Ranchers are not an endangered species, nor are cattle, yet there's a narrative that they both need all of the help the state can give them. In fact, taxpayers have given ranchers in the Shasta Valley somewhere between $75 to $80 million worth of help. That help was supposed to also be for the river and the fish, and yet the river has almost never been in worse shape if we use fish counts as a metric. Fish are on their way out, while ranchers have continuously expanded their acreages. Once reliant on surface water, they are now depleting groundwater at an astonishing rate. The Water Master, just last week, estimated that groundwater pumping in the water-bearing formation called the Pluto's Cave Basalt are extracting the surface water equivalent of 100 CFS of water. This water should be showing up in the river, in the cold springs that surface along the banks and within the channel. yet it is simply being applied to pasture for cows to eat. If you were to ask the county of Siskiyou to see how many well permits they've received, they would answer 0. But call a well driller to have a well drilled, and you'll find that they are booked for the next 8 months. It's a race to the bottom of the well out there. And it's not only harming the aquatic environment, it's harming the surface water rights holders. The point of all this is to suggest that it is time to be honest with the ranchers out there. Ranching in the Shasta Valley is no longer in balance with the resources that are seasonally available. We cannot ignore that fact anymore. I get that it's tradition because it was also my family's tradition. State taxpayer money cannot solve that problem by paying for more pipelines and lining more canals. Federal programs cannot solve that problem by giving legal coverage for the extirpation of coho. We need to be much more balanced in our approach. Right now, everything favors a status quo of continued environmental degradation so that a few large ranchers can continue to capitalize on the elevated price of hay. Tribes have suffered, Pacific Coast fishermen and fisherwomen have suffered, and the river and its fish have suffered. I hope it's clear to the board that I'm not against ranching, but I'm against the inequities that have been set in motion by a lack of enforcement of current regulations. Harm to the ranching communities is real, but seasonal losses of crops is part of agriculture. There are programs to offset those losses in the agricultural community. For communities whose losses do not come with the government subsidy, the tribes, the fishermen and women, the river and fish, and the public trust resources, all we have left is a reliance on regulations. You have all seen robust public participation in the Scott Shasta emergency drought regulations, yet many of us are still scratching our heads. We wonder out loud, how do we continue to participate when the public forum closes and the negotiations go behind closed doors? While I watch the stream gauges, I'm left wondering what is going on in those closed door conversations between the state and the ranchers. The gauges show that the regulated flow of the river is not being met, which leads me to believe that the deals made behind closed doors heavily favor ranchers. When are we going to see equity and justice for the river and the communities that have suffered? I'll wrap it up with the following questions. Have we become so averse to conflict that we cannot enforce regulation? What is the point of going through the motions of creating new regulations to address drought if we do not enforce them? And absent enforcement, what are regulations? And I'll finish by echoing Max Gomberg that inhabiting the middle ground between advocates, industry, and other status quo defenders does not make you reasonable. It makes you complicit. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Jocelyn. And, I'll follow up with another quote from a previous chair, Mr. Don Mon, who said, regrettably, the board has never had the luxury of advocating for any one aspect of administering water rights or our mission, and instead have to continue to be open and understand how we best actually make and advance some opportunities here. And I maybe added some things at the end there, but I appreciate your comments and your advocacy, truly. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sheila.
And Sheila was on the platform briefly, but had dropped off. She was also a speak if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. That wraps up our public forum, and appreciate everyone's time for addressing the board today and continuing to contribute to its success. Next, I'd like to now move on to our first item, which is adoption and consideration of the board meeting minutes for the July 19th and 20th board meeting.
I'll make a motion to adopt the July 19th and 20th board meeting minutes.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Can we have a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan?
I'm sorry, one moment. Can we take the minutes separate? Because was there one day that, apologies. You're not.
Since it's a single day meeting, we're going to vote on them collectively.
Okay.
Because it's one meeting. And if you weren't there for the whole meeting, it will actually be fine because there was no action item on the second day. I'm trying to recall which the profile was for member attendance.
Okay.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Vice Chair?
Aye.
Abstain?
Aye. Thank you. And the vote carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to our tranche of informational items, the first being our drought update and current hydrologic conditions. And today we have Jose Ayala presenting for us here.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Jose Ayala. I'm an environmental scientist in the Bay Delta Section Public Trust Unit, and I am filling in for Eric today, and will be presenting the hydrologic and drought update. Next slide, please. So before we get into the update, I will briefly go over what we'll be covering today. We'll be starting with an overview of current hydrologic conditions, followed by updates on watersheds where we have active regulations and curtailments. I'll be then turning it over to the Division of Drinking Water. Next slide, please. So here we have an overview of the major water supply reservoirs in California. And as you can see, most reservoirs are below historical averages for this time of the year. Shasta Lake currently has just under 1.7 million acre feet, which is 54% of its historical average storage. Oroville has around 1.5 million acre feet, which is 62% of its historical average. And some reservoirs like Folsom and New Bullards Bar are actually in pretty good condition, with storage at Folsom Reservoir at just under 600,000 acre feet, which is 96% of its historical average, and storage at New Bullards Bar at around 770,000 acre feet, which is 102% of its historical average. Next slide, please. So here we have some information about a few other reservoirs that are not included on the previous map. Pyramid Lake is at 91% capacity, Cachua Reservoir is at 41% capacity and 57% of average. Diamond Valley Lake is at 66% capacity, and San Luis Reservoir is at 32% capacity and 73% of average. Next slide, please. So this is the drought monitor for California as of July 26th. Almost all of the state is in the severe tier of drought intensity, with more than half of the state in the extreme tier, shown in red. We can also see that areas of exceptional drought have expanded across Fresno County and across the majority of Madera County. Next slide, please. Similarly, the Colorado River Basin is largely in the severe drought tier, with some areas in the extreme to exceptional tiers. Some of the areas of exceptional drought have expanded a bit, but in the eastern portion of the graphic, primarily in New Mexico and southern Arizona, areas that were in the severe to exceptional tiers have actually moved into the moderate to severe tiers. Next slide, please. So we're also including several graphs and figures in this update to highlight current conditions for major Colorado River reservoirs. In particular, we want to highlight conditions in Lake Mead, showing conditions for the last 22 years, which is approximately the length of the Southwest mega drought that has recently been highlighted in the media. For reference, a mega drought is a drought lasting 20 or more years in duration. During the last 20 years or so, Lake Mead elevations have fallen 168 feet, from approximately 1,212 feet above sea level to approximately 1,040 feet above sea level as of July 21st. In particular, the lake has fallen 60 feet in the last 2 years and is only 90 feet from its minimum elevations at which it can no longer effectively produce power. Next slide, please. So this is a series of photos from NASA, which illustrate how significant this long-term drawdown in Mead has actually been. On the far left, we have a photo from 2000. In the middle, we have a photo from 2021. And then on the right is a photo from 2022. Next slide, please. Similarly, lake levels in Lake Powell have been decreasing since 2000 and are currently at approximately 1,078 meters above sea level, or about 3,537 feet, which is approximately 50 feet above its minimum power pool. Next slide, please. Looking at the monthly temperature outlook for August for much of the US, including California, we can see that we're expecting to experience higher than normal temperatures, with a large part of California in the 40 to 50% leaning above tier. Next slide, please. So now we'll be moving back into our watershed overviews, and we'll be starting with the Delta. So the table to the left shows the current curtailment status of the subwatersheds in the Delta. This table is similar to the one we presented at the previous board meeting, but as a reminder, subwatersheds that have a priority date of first curtailment of watershed, those are curtailed to the status of the broader watershed. So, for example, the Upper Feather River is curtailed to watershed, so curtailments would go back to 1917. Where it says riparian, that means that all water holders are curtailed, including riparians in that subwatershed. Generally speaking, curtailments are going back to around 1917 for most of the Sacramento River watershed, with many San Joaquin subwatersheds being curtailed to 1900. These curtailments on the table went out on Tuesday the 26th and became effective Wednesday the 27th. The first curtailment status update for August will go out later today and will be effective tomorrow, August 3rd. I did receive word earlier today that it is more likely that the update will curtail all pre-1914 rights in the San Joaquin and will likely curtail senior post-1914 water right holders in the Sacramento and Legal Delta. And we are asking that water right holders check the Delta Drought website for exact curtailments. And then regarding the Delta emergency regulation, the EREG was adopted on July 20th. On July 25th, we issued the notice of proposed rulemaking. On August 27th, on August 2nd, excuse me, today we actually plan to submit the emergency regulation to the Office of Administrative Law for review and approval. And following review and approval, we anticipate that the updated EREG will be effective sometime between August 11th to the 15th. And as a result of approval, it is likely that there will be additional curtailments in the Sacramento and Legal Delta around mid-August. Water right holders who have submitted compliance forms or exception requests will not need to resubmit these forms as a result of the EREG adoption. Next slide, please. So moving on to Mill and Deer Creek, as of July 1st, there is no in-stream flow requirement in effect. And while there is no minimum in-stream flow requirement in these watersheds, Mill and Deer are still subject to curtailments through the Bay Delta regulation based on their priority of right. Staff are proposing readoption of the emergency regulation, and the draft regulation and other materials such as the digest, fiscal analysis, and notice of proposed rulemaking are planned for release for public comment on August 5th. Only minimal changes are proposed to the EREG, and the EREG will be considered for readoption on August 16th. Next slide, please. So moving on to the Russian River, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issued an order to PG&E on July 27th, approving a variance that will reduce flows from the Potter Valley project to the Russian River watershed. This change will likely impact both curtailments in the Russian River as well as the voluntary water sharing program. The division will closely monitor flow conditions, but staff do expect to post a revised curtailment status list in early August reflecting the reduced water availability in the watershed. Curtailments and correlative reductions are currently in place for certain water rights, and diverters can find their curtailment status on the Russian River Drought webpage. Regarding the voluntary water sharing program, the August forbearance thresholds are available and are posted on the Voluntary Water Sharing Program website. Next slide, please. So onto Lake Mendocino storage levels. Storage in Lake Mendocino is just over 50,000 acre feet, and the impacts of the curtailments and the water sharing agreement can be seen here, with storage levels remaining steady since June. Current storage levels are much better than they were last year. However, we do expect to see depletion in storage over the next few months due to the FERC flow variance. Next slide, please. So turning to the Scott Shasta watersheds. Last Friday, the Office of Administrative Law approved readoption of the Scott Shasta Drought Emergency Regulation with amendments, and the updated regulation is now in effect. Due to the ongoing fires in the area, the information order on this slide will no longer be sent out today. And the division continues to review and approve groundwater local cooperative solutions in the Scott River watershed. Proposals and approved solutions are available on the webpage shown on the slide. Next slide, please.
I just want to note, Mr. Ayala, I really appreciate just the sensitivity I know that we do have, that our communities are facing multiple emergencies. It isn't just drought that, and regrettably, communities are facing. It is wildfire. And here, taking the balance to say, you know, how best do we acknowledge that that's the case and have appropriate flexibility here. So just wanted to note, and thank you for that.
And I have a bit more information on that on the next slide as well. So with respect to curtailments, all surface and groundwater rights remain curtailed in the Scott River watershed. As of 7:30 a.m. this morning, the flow at the USGS gauge near Fort Jones was 10.4 CFS. Yesterday, an additional curtailment order was issued in the Shasta River watershed to a priority date of April 1st, 1885. Water right holders are conditionally curtailed under this order and are required to coordinate diversions with the Scott Valley and Shasta Valley Water Master District and State Water Board as applicable. As of 8 a.m. this morning, the flow at the USGS gauge near Wairika was 44.1 CFS. And as Chair Esquivel mentioned, we also would like to highlight that there are many people in Siskiyou County facing challenges due to the McKinney fire. And we want to remind recipients or other parties watching that if they are in receipt of a board order but cannot address the order timeline due to an evacuation order, they should contact the State Water Board staff at the earliest convenience. The curtailment order issued for the Shasta River watershed does provide an extension of time if parties are affected by an evacuation order. Next slide, please. So onto our additional information slide. Here we have our usual links and subscription lists. As always, we encourage folks to sign up for these lists to keep up to date with news and updates. And unless there are any questions, at this point, I will turn it over to the Division of Drinking Water.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. I just have to note, you know, how incredible and the scale of the work is that we're having to do, and the difficulties certainly that this drought is putting on communities, but just the appreciation I have for the amount of engagement that has happened just in this last year with water right holders, with watersheds, even amongst all that stress, because the amount of progress that we've been able to see in even administering rights and seeing agreements develop and seeing folks really grapple in a substantive and meaningful way with these challenges has been incredibly impressive. So just want to, again, always note and thank the Division of Water Rights here for what has been truly a Herculean effort and historic one, given the unprecedented conditions that we're in. So just thank you, Mr. Ayala. And we'll go to Mr. Zuniga. And I'll look to any board members if they have any comments on the water rights side. Okay. Thank you.
This is Eric Zuniga. I just wanted to say good morning to everybody, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. So I was off last week. I did not prepare any slides for Division of Drinking Water, but I do have some talking points I think that are timely to deliver on the Division of Drinking Water's drought response initiatives. So firstly, I wanted to say that there was about 137 drought reporting orders that we issued on Monday, July 25th. This is our first phase for our 2022 drought orders that we are issuing. These are reporting orders for reporting to us on drought conditions for their water systems. Many of these were already previously drought reporting, so it won't be new to those who were already reporting. Their first report is due for the month of July 2022, and that'll be due on August 7th. So we're working on getting folks updated and accounts and refresh with the information on the webpage to get that done. So we're looking forward to utilizing that data collected to help prioritize which systems need additional resources to help avoid a water outage or shortage situation that could potentially happen this summer. So we are still working on phase 2, which will consist of 121 additional drought reporting orders for water systems, and that is expected to be released around August 15th, and that'll be more systems that are not currently reporting. So those will be the ones that will begin reporting for the month of August 2022. So with that, we're also planning a workshop training for both phase 1 and phase 2 systems on August 9th from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. to help assist them in understanding the order requirements and how to navigate our reporting system. And I just wanted to take the time to recap just how our drought response program of tracking and responding to water outages and potential water outages is performing so far, just to highlight the great work that our board has been doing to address these issues. One of them is William Fisher. This water system had a water outage due to a mechanical issue, and DFA was able to have a regionally funded bottled water program for Tulare to provide bottled water during that outage. While that water outage was, while that well was repaired and replaced with our SHE contract, also funded by DFA. Teviston on the 17th of May, they reported through our portal that they were experiencing a severe water shortage, and our field offices collected information that their tank was on the verge of failure. So we requested our funding program to approve an emergency replacement of the tank. And we did get that official approval to do the replacement on July 22nd, and installation is currently underway. For Tuleville, we had a water outage that was delivered, hauled, and bottled water, also funded through Division of Financial Assistance through Self-Help Enterprises. And we also sent a letter in a collaboration between Division of Drinking Water and our Sigma group to the local groundwater sustainability agency, asking them to step in if there are any wells in the area that could be negatively impacting the water system supply well, and seeing if there's anything that can be done about that. Consolidation project continues with the city of Exeter. It's still in the early planning stages, so we're looking to see what portions of that project could be expedited to help the community. When it comes to Seville, well, actually, yeah, so Seville, so after a loss of pressure and outages on July 10th, SHE delivered hauled and bottled water deliveries to this community to maintain supplies and pressures. I'm happy to report that the system is now able to maintain pressure mostly on its own, with no outages reporting since the hauling began. And some hauling is still needed to obviously to get the system back up and running, but we are anticipating a date when no hauled water is going to be needed for this system. And we are working on also expediting their consolidation project with a nearby city, which is in the final phase of construction. The last one is East Arosi. This is a good example of a water outage and just the quickness of the response of our ability to get out there on the ground within hours. So they experienced a water outage, and within 12 hours, we were able to get them back into service. SHE was able to do the repairs for the well to get that well up and running. It was a power failure, not a dry well situation. And then it failed again. So a total of 14 hours of being out of water, and we were able to restore water to that system, just highlighting the quickness of how we're able to operate, especially in the Central Valley, where we have this contract with SHE and their boots on the ground effort funded by Division of Financial Assistance. And for them, the consolidation with the ROSI really is their permanent solution that we are working on expediting to get that in place. So I just wanted to take the time to appreciate just the hard work of our DDW staff in responding to these emergencies, as well as our counterparts, divisions and sister agencies that we've been working with in various capacities. And wanted to also thank the forward-thinking leadership here at the state boards for keeping us at the forefront of providing Californians with safe drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga, and thank you for, I know, all the great work that the district engineers are doing on the front line, assessing, understanding, putting out informational orders, and helping, we know, the thousands of systems that are in California respond to their unique circumstances, many of them regrettably generational. And what we see, not unlike the last drought, is this is an opportunity to once again really highlight the challenges our communities have been under for decades, and make sure that we're getting the resources to address them here, not just in the immediate and not just for the emergencies that I think we can all agree have to be responded to, but for the long term, and appreciate the leadership the Division of Drinking Water has been showing on that. So thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Next, I think we'll look over to Mr. Pavlicek from the Division of Financial Assistance. Good to see you.
Yep,
Good
you as
morning.
well. So good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow members of the board. My name is Matt Pavlicek. I'm a senior engineering geologist with the Division of Financial Assistance, and I will be giving a brief update on our drought-related funding activities today. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the current number of households enrolled under our regional programs that provide bottled water, hauled water, point of use and point of entry treatment, and well repair and replacement services. The number of households shown only represents a snapshot of current enrollees, and the total number of households which have received these services is higher throughout the life of the programs. I wanted to mention the approval of a new countywide and regional funding program for Shasta County, which is now included on this slide as well. And we will continue to track enrollees for this new program with Shasta County and any new programs that are approved going forward. I also wanted to note that staff are currently working on preparing a map that will be included at our next update to kind of show the distribution of assistance provided to communities and also to households through all of our existing regional programs and also our urgent drinking water needs funding. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide summarizes our drought funding activities since July 1st of 2021. We've committed funding to 5 urgent repair projects and 17 emergency repair projects through the Self-Help Enterprises Emergency Program for a combined total of $2.4 million. We have 2 new regional countywide programs in place for a total of $3.1 million. And we have added $41.4 million to our existing regional programs. Overall, we have provided interim solutions to 16 communities specifically related to drought issues and providing assistance to over 19,000 people. Since July 1st, 2021, we've provided funding for 55 drought resiliency projects totaling around $395 million, providing long-term solutions for drought resiliency to 62 communities and over 2 million people. Next slide, please. For today, I wanted to highlight an emergency project for Stark Street Water System located just west of the town of Ridgecrest, which is regulated by the Kern County Environmental Health Department. The water system serves 22 people through 9 residential connections. On June 28th, DFA received a report from Self-Help Enterprises that the well serving the community went dry. On June 29th, Self-Help Emergency Services delivered 60 gallons of bottled drinking water to each household. And in addition, on July 1st, temporary water tanks were installed and hauled water was provided to each household to meet sanitary needs. On July 7th, the households served by Stark Street Water System were enrolled into the Self-Help Enterprises Regional Bottled Water Program, and residents will be receiving monthly deliveries of bottled water until the emergency is resolved. The proposed long-term solution is drilling a new well for the community through Self-Help Enterprises Emergency Fund Program. Self-Help is working with Kern County to make sure a new well can be permitted, and based on previous coordination, there are no nearby systems that can provide an emergency intertie to the system. Next slide, please. I also wanted to highlight a drought resiliency project. This project was the Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency and involves the consolidation of 2 disadvantaged communities, the Los Angeles Residential Community and the Lily of the Valley Mobile Village. Santa Clarita Water Agency and the Division of Financial Assistance entered into a funding agreement to provide $3.9 million for a project to construct a domestic pipeline to serve these 2 community water systems. The project will consist of installing approximately 2 miles of pipeline in Santa Clarita. And as part of the project, Santa Clarita Water Agency will also construct metered connections for both communities and an on-site pump station for Los Angeles Residential Community. The project includes connection fees for a new water service to private properties along the pipeline and all related costs for pre-construction and construction phases. The project will address Los Angeles residential community's drought water outage issue and Lily of the Valley Mobile Village single well issue. And consolidation of these two systems will increase drought resiliency and water supply redundancy for those communities. Following consolidation, the Los Angeles residential community and Lily of the Valley Mobile Village will cease to operate as public water systems. Next slide, please. And lastly, here are some various links for drought funding resources and certainly available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pavlicek. Any comments or questions from board members? Vice Chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to renew my request to get some information about the benefit of curtailments to the extent that they can be quantified in terms of increases in reservoir storage compared this year compared to last year. Anything that I know it's being helpful, but looking for some way to better quantify it. And I know that'll take some time to come up with, but just wanted to keep it on the radar.
And Vice Chair, are you talking generally from the perspective of, say, water agencies with local reservoirs, or more of the State Water Project or CVP and that sort of scale of impact from curtailment?
Yeah, more the State Water Project, but then also Russian River it appears to have helped, but now we've got the confounding situation with FERC and the variants. So just some way to better quantify it in areas where, in the watersheds that we've taken action on.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair. Other board colleagues with comments or questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Pavlicek. We have one public commenter, and we can go to them, and that would be Conrad Fisher.
Did I get you? Thank you.
Good morning again, Mr. Fisher.
Thank you. And yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for their response to the drought, particularly with quantifying the problem and curtailments in the Scott Shasta to respond to the drought. Just one item of possibly low-hanging fruit that could make this bad situation easier on everyone, which is to take some steps to eliminate waste and unreasonable use of water. And I guess the place I will cite is the tributaries that feed Shasta Dam, the water that upstream, such as Hat Creek, and that there is a great deal of waste and unreasonable use in these areas. And if we could eliminate or reduce that, I think it would alleviate pressure on everyone. There have been moments when salmon are dying in the Sacramento, San Francisco is being forced to curtail, and at the same time, there are cows in the Hat Creek watershed swimming in 10 inches of water, more than they want. And I think just two ideas on how to accomplish that. They're not the best, they're just two. One is the Administrative Hearing Office, who you'll hear from later, can and I think is working on cases to determine the extent of the reasonable use doctrine, how to actually implement that great part of the California Constitution. And the second is, I think the water masters of California need some clarification on what they are legally required and entitled to do. Because word on the street, such as in the Hat Creek adjudication, where I happen to have a water right, is water right holders are being told they must exercise their full right or lose it, which we know is not technically true because conservation doesn't cause you to lose your right. And water masters are being told they must allocate everything in the adjudication. The adjudication is their Bible, whereas the reasonable use doctrine, public trust, tribal trust, ESA, they have no obligation to acknowledge or uphold. So if that is not the case, let's say we send them a memo. But those are my two ideas on how to achieve it. But I do think eliminating waste and unreasonable use is the lowest hanging fruit to alleviate pressure on everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I appreciate the ideas, and I think similarly, this board definitely looks at the AHO as a resource. But I think importantly, thank you. I appreciate the recommendations or comments.
And
Mr.
Chair
Walker,
Esquivel, I will point out that Mr. Jocelyn, who we heard from in public forum, has raised his hand.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for alerting me of that on the platform. Let me make sure I glance over. Mr. Jocelyn, please. Did you have additional comment?
I did, yeah, thanks. I wanted to comment, thanks for that presentation on how the water board's helping communities struggling with their water systems. I just wanted to bring to your attention the city of Montague which is also struggling with its water supply. And I've attempted to work with the city to identify possible programs that would help them identify new sources of water. They currently rely on Montague Water Conservation District to supply their drinking water. And the Montague Water Conservation District runs Dwinell Dam, which is Lake Shastina Reservoir. That reservoir is an impaired reservoir. So every time the Conservation District releases water for the city of Montague, whose intake is 20 miles downstream, they're releasing poor enough quality water that they have to mix it with groundwater. And that groundwater, like I stated earlier, is water that would have otherwise made its way into the river subsurface. So we now have degraded surface water being mixed with pure groundwater to be delivered to a city 20 miles downstream. And it's an issue that I don't think people recognize within the city of Montague. Like Dave Webb mentioned, the Conservation District has applied for the use of the river as a conduit because during this drought, the reservoir has been so low, they cannot use their canal. Their canal is so leaky, they lose almost half the water they put down it. So under wet years, they can use the canal and suffer the losses. But for the last several years, they're sending degraded reservoir water down the river. And they are, in fact, applying to have that being made a permanent use of the river. And it is not a tenable solution in the long term, as we are seeing. With low reservoir levels, Montague Conservation District now facing the delivery of prior water rights on top of the environmental water rights or environmental flow as part of a settlement to a lawsuit, and Montague city water. Every summer, they are essentially manufacturing an emergency. And that emergency leads to them being authorized to use the river as a conduit. Now, it seems reasonable that the city should have drinking water. No one is arguing that's not the case. But with all the other programs going on in the Shasta River, they are seeking more and more variants to using the river as a conduit, where they will be adding degraded reservoir water mixed with pumped groundwater in order to fulfill promises being made in the federally approved safe harbor agreements. The problem with it all is that Montague Conservation District is a small conservation district, doesn't have much money. They're relying on old pumps. I attend their meetings regularly. One of their pumps is down. That's one of three. They believe they are supposed to be meeting a threshold of 18 degrees centigrade for their delivered water. I think regional water quality believes that's 16 degrees C. I think science supports 16 degrees C. But needless to say, with one of their pumps down, they believe they would have trouble meeting that threshold, their threshold of 18 degrees C. The problem, is just compounding. And I don't know how to suggest better outreach from the water board or drought-related programs that would support disadvantaged communities in seeking another vendor for water. I think, although not everybody likes this idea, Fish and Wildlife's 1707 on the Shasta River that was recently negotiated in a local cooperative solution with Big Springs Irrigation District. So that's negotiating state water for private ranching. I think Fish and Wildlife could negotiate a deal where they'd give state water to public municipality for drinking water would be a more equitable discussion to have. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
I really appreciate you bringing it to the attention and the information and engagement around. I know I've often heard, I've heard sometimes of Montague, and I know that there are challenges up there. And so I appreciate you providing additional information to the board here. Thank you, Mr. Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that wraps up our commenters for this informational item. Anything further from fellow board colleagues? Seeing none, Thank you, Mr. Pavlicek. Thank you, Mr. Ayala and Mr. Zuniga. Really appreciate it. That will now allow us to move on to item number 3, which is an update on our monthly water production and conservation data. After that item, we will take a break. We will come back and then start in on item 5, just to kind of let people plan for, apologies, item number 4, and let people plan for their day here. We'll have to break for lunch sometime in the middle of item 4. We have a number of commenters, somewhere around 20, so just a note for everyone. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Good to be with you here today. We have a fun agenda. We're first going to be providing a quick overview of the emergency regulations and also an upcoming workshop. After that, Marielle will share the latest conservation and production data. And then lastly, we'll hear from a guest speaker, Laura Allen, who is the co-founder of a group called Greywater Action. And apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Charlotte Ely, and I supervise our conservation program here at the State Water Board. Next slide, please. So the climate and conservation team just wanted to make board members and the public aware that we have updated the website for the emergency conservation regulations that were adopted in January and June of this year. We've also updated the frequently asked questions document and now have one very comprehensive document that's organized by, who is affected by these emergency regulations. We're asking that folks reference the most recent FAQ as it combines the former FAQ documents, and it is very clearly linked on this nice new website, front and center there, the blue button for frequently asked questions. So next slide, please.
Just thank you for that. And what I'll note as well is, there in the site, a lot of data, incredible amount of information around conservation, where systems are, where they've been, especially stretching all back to the last drought when this board began to require monthly production data. And just thank you for both you and Marielle and your incredible work and really providing a basis for a discussion in so many communities as to where are we going, and know that we talk at aggregates here, often at the state level or regions, but all there is a lot of specific information and information I'm really proud of that you all have continued to develop. And I continue to hear how beneficial it is out there to so many of these discussions. So just hats off and thank you.
So here we just wanted to remind all of you and also make sure our attendees of this board meeting are aware that we will be holding a public workshop, a staff workshop on Friday, August 12th from 1 to 4 p.m. It will be remote participation only. And what we'll be doing is presenting the findings of an analysis that was undertaken to understand how potential water use efficiency standards for urban retail water suppliers may affect trees and parklands. This analysis was something that the State Water Board was directed to undertake with the passage of AB 1668 and SB 606, the 2018 conservation legislation. We circulated a notice about this, and our website has also been updated to include information about about this workshop and also all the information from previous workshops to look at the impacts that might be felt by local wastewater management. And with that, I will pass it over to Marielle.
Right, and now the numbers. So this is for June of this year, and we will first be talking about residential use. So the second round of the drought emergency regulations went into effect at the end of May, and the numbers seem to indicate that we're seeing some positive impacts from that. June 2022 average residential use was 101 gallons per capita daily, which is almost as low as June of 2019, which is actually notable because, as you can see from the color of the bars, that was actually a wetter than normal year. Next slide, please. When looking at total production, water savings more than doubled from May to June. So when comparing to June of 2020, June 2022 statewide water use was 7.6% lower, which brings the cumulative savings for the past year up to 2.7% relative to 2020. Next slide, please.
If actually we can
Oh,
hang on
yes.
this slide for a
Yes.
moment, Marielle, what I really do appreciate, and especially now, it's been a year of the governor's call for voluntary conservation, and what we see is, again, in December, October, we're meeting, right? We've come to about 15%, and it's because they were so abnormally wetter compared to some of the baseline year. And then really seeing these incredible increases where the abnormality of the dryness between January and March just stands out amongst some of this use. And what is important to see is that turnaround. We did pass in late May our regs. All water agencies are now at level 2 of their water shortage contingency plans, and we've begun banning the irrigation of non-functional turf. So to swing from in April, a 17%, and in March, an 18% increase to now nearly an 8% decrease is good. But again, across the entire year, you see how complex, the opportunities and the impacts of particularly outdoor irrigation in our conservation numbers. But thanks.
Slide, please. Yeah, and as you can see, it's not limited to one region as we've sort of seen in some of these earlier months. It really is a statewide improvement, with the San Francisco Bay region sort of leading the pack with almost 13% savings. Next slide, please.
Okay, so whenever we give one of these updates to the board, we like to provide a conservation tip. And for this month, our tip is to stay green with gray water. Californians can reduce outdoor water use, right, by transforming their thirsty lawns into efficiently irrigated and low water using gardens. We can also irrigate these California-friendly landscapes with gray water. So that's gently used water from your bathroom sinks, showers, tubs, and washing machines. It's estimated that Californians produce about 1 billion gallons of gray water every day, and we can harness this resource to keep our gardens green. So on this slide, there are pictures of a couple different types of thriving life forms. On the sort of top left, we have my youngest daughter, Cora, pointing to what is called a three-way valve. And this is what operators of gray water systems can use to either direct the water from the washing machine, in this example, either to the sewer or to the garden. And so that's that yellow bar that you see there. And then in the middle, you see my older daughter, Raya. She is leaning against the piping that exits the house and then conveys the water, the gray water, to our three trees that we irrigate it with. And so these trees now have been completely removed from our potable water irrigation system, and they subsist entirely from gray water. We have a maple tree and a pomegranate tree and a persimmon tree that provide all of our favorite fall fruit needs throughout the course of October and November. So with that, we'll take some questions from the board, and then we'll be turning it over to Laura.
Looking over to my fellow colleagues. No questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, so Laura Allen is a founding member of Greywater Action, and she has spent the last 20 years exploring simple and ecological water solutions. She is the lead author of the San Francisco Greywater Design Guidelines for Outdoor Irrigation, which I used when I was living in San Francisco, and has authored the Waterwise Home, How to Conserve and Reuse Water in Your Home and Landscape. So she has a BA in environmental science, a teaching credential, a master's degree in education. She leads classes and workshops on rainwater harvesting, greywater reuse, and composting toilets. She's presented widely on greywater reuse, including at conferences like the Water Smart Innovations Conference and the Bioneers Conference. And after today, she'll be able to add presenting to the State Water Resources Control Board to her list. So thank you, Laura, for being here.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Allen. Welcome, and thank you, Ms. Seeley, for having Ms. Allen present here before us.
Great, thanks for having me. Should I start?
Yes, thank you.
So I'm just going to talk a little bit about greywater in the landscape, focusing on residential, what average people can do in their homes to help make a difference with saving water as well as keeping their landscapes thriving, particularly their trees. Next slide, please. And as you know, just heard, there's a lot of greywater produced. We can't tap into all billion gallons every single day, but there really is a significant amount of water. So it's huge potential and it's really undertapped resource. Next slide, please. It's a really nice alternative for people during droughts when they're getting a lot of messaging like conserve, let your lawn die, all these things that are really important. It's an alternative because landscapes can be thriving. They can be growing beautiful food. There's a peach tree grown with greywater. They can grow ornamentals, habitat plants, just all sorts of plants that do need frequent irrigation without using that potable water that we can save for other things. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of a California landscape irrigated with greywater. As you can see, it doesn't have a green lawn. It has a lot of low water use plants, which need to be the majority of the landscape. And then there can be these plants that need frequent irrigation. We can call them like moderate water use plants or even high water use plants. And those select plants can be irrigated with greywater. It's all going subsurface into the landscape. These systems can be very low maintenance, very affordable, very doable for the average person. Next slide, please. There is different considerations with greywater. It's a very unique source of water. Some safety considerations, which all are addressed in the code to make sure these systems are going to be safe for people and the environment. It's not potable water, so there shouldn't be contact. It's required to be distributed below ground, so it's covered. It has nutrients in it, so greywater can't be discharged near waterways, so there's setback requirements from any waterways like creeks or rivers, can't enter the storm drain system, things like that to make sure it's staying on the landscape being a benefit, not a source of pollution. And then because it's non-potable, you can't irrigate root vegetables with it or any type of plant where the greywater is going to touch the edible portion. So it's really great for trees, bushes, anything, any plant that wants water, as well as if it's a food producing plant where the food is above the ground. And a different consideration is with these home scale systems, people need to be monitoring their products. And that might sound like a big challenge, but it's actually not. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of homeowners and professionals wanting to do greywater for their clients, and people are very willing to switch their laundry soap out if it means that their water is going to be a high quality for their landscape. So it does take a little bit of awareness, user education, but it's really not hard to do, and people are very willing to make that small change. Next slide, please. So greywater is legal in the state code. It's been legal for a couple of decades now. There's still not widespread understanding of it, depending on where you are in the state. So there's definitely some room for education around the state. Some cities and agencies have really taken the lead and made it, encouraged it, helped people do the systems. Other places don't actually know that it's legal yet. So there's a wide range of what people experience when they want to go do these systems. But it definitely is legal. It's regulated in the plumbing code, chapter 15. Next slide. And in the plumbing code, which has the different requirements for the system, some don't need a permit like the washing machine system, all the others do. The code really outlines how to keep your system safe. For example, keeping it a certain distance away from the sidewalk or property lines or anything that could create an foreseen problem. This is a front yard gray water system in Southern California. The gray water is going subsurface into these basins full of wood chips, which filters the water and lets it percolate down into the root zone of the plants. It's irrigating some of the fruit trees and other of the plants. And then the rest of the yard is very low water use plants that don't need much or a very small amount of irrigation. Next slide. Here's another Southern California yard. Gray water can work in all climates where there is irrigation need. In places that are wetter, you do turn off the systems during the wet season so it doesn't leave the property. In really arid places, and especially during the drought, it can be a year-long supply of water anytime the irrigation is needed. The parts of the system that you can possibly see in this picture are just these little circles. Those are called the lids of the valve box where the gray water is being distributed. So if you were to enter a yard irrigated with gray water, you really wouldn't know unless someone pointed it out and showed you where the outlets were. So it's very subtle, very passive, just flowing into the basins by these plants and irrigating that lovely landscape. Next slide. Most people are attracted to gray water because they want to save water. And there's a range of savings potential for gray water because homes produce different quantities of gray water. It's very dependent on the lifestyle and the fixtures of the household itself, as well as which sources they can tap into. Most houses in California are already constructed, and so you can only use the gray water sources where you can access it. Washing machines are accessible in most homes. Showers, it really depends on how the house was built. If new construction, then you have more options. So most people want to save water, and they can with that range, a percent range. 16 to 40% is kind of the estimated range. You can irrigate trees really easily, and those are important things to keep healthy, especially during droughts. You can grow food. It's a great way to have very local food to create food security without using a lot of water. Other people want to create habitat with their gray water. It's a supply of water, so it's a great time for people to think about what they want to grow in their landscapes. And so a lot of people are trying to create habitat gardens, or they learn about local pollinators and wanting to keep those healthy so they can really increase the benefit of their landscape. It's also a way to keep landscapes hydrated. So there's some anecdotal evidence of this being used to help with fire prevention, or at least to help keep really moist, healthy plants, which are less prone to fire. It also fosters awareness of products. So with a gray water system, for some people, that's the first time they really thought about where is this water going and what do I put into the water and what happens to it after that. So it's a great awareness builder where people get to learn about where the water's going, what they put into it has this impact downstream. And when it's going into their yard, they really want to make sure they're choosing healthy products, and that can expand out to other parts of their life. And then lastly, it's a great job creator. There really are not enough gray water installers in California. I hear from many more homeowners wanting to find professional installers that are having a hard time. In some places there are some, but they're very, very busy right now. So it's a great opportunity for anyone working in the landscape contractors, architects, engineers, even gardeners can be learning how to take care of these systems as they're more and more constructed. Next slide, please. Just want to show you a couple of, just kind of give you an idea of what these kind of systems look like. This is the laundry system you already saw. It's just connected to the appliance, the washing machine itself. So it doesn't even change the plumbing of the home. The water flows out directly into the landscape. It's controlled by a valve. So you can always turn off the system if you need to use a product that's not healthy, or if it's raining or you're doing maintenance. And in California, there's no permit needed, though there are guidelines that need to be followed. And many places are offering rebates and incentives for this right now. Next slide. Next slide. Here's some pictures. Row of fruit trees being irrigated in the left, that's in Los Angeles. On the right, that's in San Francisco, a backyard with a bunch of different perennial plants and a tree. Next slide. So tapping into showers and sinks, those sources flow by gravity, and the pipes are usually underneath the building or possibly in the ceiling if it's a second-story bathroom. And so you have to be able to access the plumbing, and that's why these can be more challenging when homes are already constructed. But many homes it is accessible. There's either a crawl space or maybe a basement, and the water can be tapped into. There's a valve to control the flow of water, and then it can flow out by gravity and be divided passively going out into the landscape. This system, the gravity flow systems, are really great because there's no moving parts. There's really nothing to break. They don't use any energy. So if a home is set up to have this, I really think it's a great system that works really well for a long time. And it's very well suited for trees. Next slide. Other situations, you can't use gravity flow systems, so gray water is pumped. And it can be a simple pump system where the water just flows into a small tank. It's not storing the water, it's just temporarily collecting it. So when the tank fills up, it's usually about a 30-gallon tank, so it should empty at least once a day. When the tank fills up, it engages a float switch that pumps out all the water and it goes into the landscape, being distributed appropriately to the plants. Next slide. And then there's some situations where gray water is filtered. So if the landscape requires a drip irrigation system, or if there's many different zones, then the gray water needs to be filtered to remove the particles. It's not changing the quality of the water per se, but it's just removing the particles that would clog up the emitters. And so that's flowing out into the landscape, going into a specialized drip system. You can't connect this to a regular system. It has to be a special drip system set up for a dirtier water source. Next slide. And with those systems, they're mostly installed in larger, like new home construction, mostly high-end residential. They're a lot more expensive and kind of just a whole different scale of gray water, but they're definitely being used around California. And this is where you can see in this picture, there's a gray water irrigated lawn. If people want to have a lawn, they have to go into these more, I'll call it a high-tech system that can do that. So the average person is going to be irrigating bigger plants, not their lawns, but it is possible, like you can see in this picture. Next slide. I just want to end with one more example. This is a lodge. So this is a resort in Yosemite area in California where they have really employed different types of systems being suited appropriately based on the scale. So they have all these small cabins, which are basically like little houses, and each cabin has a shower and it's irrigating plants right near the cabin itself. So they're all very small, but there's 55 of them. So overall, it's a lot of water that's being reused to grow a really lovely native landscape around this lodge. And then they also have two sources where there's a lot of water. They have their commercial laundry and they have employee housing. So those systems, there's a lot more water flowing in. So they have a pumped and filtered system and they distribute it out into the forest to hydrate a buffer zone around that lodge. Next slide. And I wanted to end by sharing there is some efforts in some communities around California to plan for gray water in new construction. So as you can imagine, it's a lot easier to make the plumbing and the gray water accessible when you're working in the plumbing of the home, like when it's being built. And so some communities are trying to plan for this and requiring gray water ready construction. And we worked with a local program. So there's a link on the top. So there is some efforts in California to make this accessible to communities. And there's a whole package of sample ordinance and different drawings and diagrams that can help communities plan for their new construction homes to be gray water ready. Last slide. So thank you for having me. My contact info is on the slide. If you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Allen. Really appreciate you taking the time to present here before the board. There's a lot of innovation happening in the way that we're thinking about our water, a lot of it becoming more local. And so I appreciate that this is an option and we see it increasing in the state. I'll note, and I think especially for myself, and I imagine other board members here, we know it is a balance because we often talk about water recycling here as well, and those flows being critical to these larger infrastructure that we have. But it's not an either/or to my mind at all, and it's really about the ability for all of these options to be there, and for planners, especially for infrastructure and impacts that these increasing trends may have, to make sure we're appropriately understanding how to right-size our infrastructure, how much wastewater can we depend on, what will the balance be here in the future. And I do appreciate as well that you gave nod to what is the more important, one of the important aspects, one of the more of a gray water system is knowing what you're putting into your system. And here we struggle with that. I know mightily just on the wastewater treatment side where fats and greases and things that people end up putting down their sanitation systems unthinkingly, you can't get away with that all if you have a gray water system without really doing some damage to your own property. So I think for me, I appreciate you making sure to give nod to that. And it's an important kind of link back to, we should be thinking that way anyway. The sanitation system is not a disposal system for you. You shouldn't be putting things down that ultimately you wouldn't want to filter out into your yard, essentially. So just thank you. I appreciate just and here we're not talking about toilets and that sort of sanitation, but certainly, the other gray water, not black water on our systems. But it's a continuum of how we treat the systems, and just appreciate the good presentation and discussion I know that's out there. Looking to my colleagues if they have any questions or points they'd like to make as well. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Those are really good comments, Chair, and that was along the lines of what I was thinking of. I had a system in the last drought and did have concerns about long-term cumulative impacts, and so that would be an area that I'd be interested in hearing more about. And then also, I know in the last drought, there was some frustration expressed by some advocacy groups that local communities were really discouraging gray water systems, and because of an interest in maybe moving toward recycled water project for the community instead. So any information, whether today or at a future update, it'd be great to get a sense of what's going on there. Is that a challenge? Where communities are moving toward recycled water, how are they communicating that with local community members that are interested in gray water systems?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, fantastic presentation, and I always get intrigued and motivated when I hear about new opportunities to increase water use and do it in an energy efficient way. So I really don't think we talk about this enough and the opportunity. So thank you for Ms. Allen for being here today and really the informative presentation. So kind of teeing off this, one thing I don't really understand yet that I'd like to learn about more if you have this handy, or if not, some other time would be fine. It's just, what is the utilization rate of gray water systems in the state currently? I imagine that number is pretty small. A pretty low opportunity, but when I think about some of the statistics you were sharing about 16 to 40% water savings, that's a significant amount of water, and so I'd really be interested in just better understanding if there's been a study, or if we have any data kind of in your pocket there, how many homes have adopted this type of technology statewide would be really helpful. Thanks.
Board Member.
Can I answer that?
Yes, Ms. Allen, please.
There is not, the best information that we have is really old. It's from 1999. There was a soap and detergent study that was a national study. And so they wanted to understand how people were using their products. And they gave percentages from each state. And I believe California was like 1.2 million users, but that was when gray water was still illegal. So, and they were using it in all areas. But currently we don't really have data since gray water has been legalized across the state.
Thank you. Yeah. Maybe an additional workload or a question then for some of our conservation folks. It would be interesting to see how, where best even to think about developing that data. It would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. Future conservation questions, perhaps.
Exactly. Creating more work. Thank you. Anything further from Board Member Morgan, please?
I really don't have anything to add. I appreciate your comments, Chair, and mine were right along with those, and just really just that balance of water and just having that greater understanding, and looking at that big picture. And so I appreciate the presentation today, and just the everything that the Chair acknowledged, and so really appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Thank you, all Board Members, and I especially thank you again, Ms. Ely, Ms. Rodero. I know things can be intense, and it's a lot of work, and we ask a lot, and you guys are doing incredible work, and it's reflective here of the change we continue to see, both carrying on from the discussions in the last drought to this one. It's a lot that California continues to rise up to, and just really proud of it. So thank you both. We don't have any commenters on this item, so that wraps up this informational item. And as I promised you all, we will take a break. Let's go ahead and take just a brief 10-minute break, because I know we have a number of commenters waiting to get to item number 4. So we'll come back here at 11:15, stretch your legs. We'll start in on the item. We have a number of commenters. We'll try to get to as many as we can, but I'll plan to try to take a lunch at about a late lunch at about 12:30, just for everyone's planning purposes. Okay, thank you all. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 11:15. Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, apologies. It is 11:18. We're a few minutes late from when I thought we'd reconvene, so I appreciate everyone's patience. I think we're now ready to move on to item number 4. I believe we have Mr. Phil Wiles here to kick us off.
Thank you, Board Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Phil Wiles.
And before you begin, Phil, I apologize. There is a statement that I should probably open this item with, and we'll do so at this moment. So item number 4 is consideration of adoption of a proposed non-precedential water quality order in the matter of the petition of AES Redondo LLC regarding the Redondo Beach Generating Station. This item is a public hearing to consider issuance of a combined time schedule order pursuant to Water Code Section 13300 and cleanup and abatement order pursuant to Water Code Section 13304 that would apply to the discharge from the generating station. Assistant Chief Counsel Phil Wiles will present the order. After the staff presentation, we will hear from the Los Angeles Board, then other speakers. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item should fill out the virtual speaker card if you have not done so already. And now we may actually proceed. Thank you, Mr. Wiles.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. So, as you said, this is a proposed water quality order, and it's the result of a petition that was seeking review of the Los Angeles Regional Board's failure to adopt a Water Code Section 13300 time schedule order for the discharges from the AES Redondo Beach Generating Station. The full background and the rationale for the proposed order are contained in the order, but I would like to highlight a few of the more important points just to set the stage. So first, and probably most importantly, the proposed order is not about whether to extend the operation of the Redondo Beach Generating Station. That very difficult and frankly unpopular decision was already made by this board back in October 2021, when the board concluded that electric grid reliability concerns warranted amending this board's once-through cooling policy to extend the operation of the Redondo Beach Generating Station until the end of 2023. This was on a strong recommendation by the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, and the California Independent System Operator. They were, at the time, very concerned that the Redondo Beach Generating Station may be necessary to be called upon to help to avoid potentially severe public impacts associated with electricity blackouts. Again, I just want to emphasize, we are not revisiting that issue right now. So what this proposed order is about is the expected violations of the AES Redondo Beach Generating Station's NPDES discharge permit that are likely to occur both this summer and next summer during the times that the Redondo Beach Generating Station is called upon to operate in order to sustain grid reliability. So we asked the regional board and AES to come up with their best predictions about what number and type of violations we should expect if they continue to operate during 2022 and 2023. And they came up with very similar predictions based on historical data that there would be approximately 4 violations per year of the NPDES permits effluent limitations for DDT, and between 15 and 19 violations per year of the permit's temperature effluent limitation. Now, I want to emphasize, and this is also important, there haven't been any suggestions or any indications in the record that AES can do anything to avoid these violations in the short term. So these violations are expected to occur whether or not the board adopts the proposed order. So let me be very clear about what the proposed order would do. First, it adopts a time schedule order under Water Code Section 13300. That portion of the order establishes less stringent interim effluent limitations for DDT and temperature that AES must comply with when it is discharging during 2022 and 2023. As long as AES is in compliance with these interim effluent limitations, AES will be exempt from mandatory minimum penalties for the expected violations of the permit's effluent limitations for DDT and temperature. That exemption from mandatory minimum penalties is the sum total effect of the time schedule order portion of the proposed order. The second part of the proposed order relies upon the State Water Board's Water Code Section 13304 Cleanup and Abatement Authority. That part of the order requires AES to abate the effects of the expected violations by making payments to local organizations that have programs in place to help address DDT and temperature impacts in the vicinity of the discharge. Those payments are roughly equal to the amount that AES would be expected to pay as mandatory minimum penalties in the absence of the time schedule order portion of the order. Those amounts are $12,000 per year for the expected DDT exceedances and $45,000 per year for the expected temperature exceedances. And in the order, we have identified an outreach program to warn anglers about the risks of consuming fish contaminated by DDT, and also a kelp forest restoration program as candidates to receive those payments. So last, I'd like to speak briefly about why staff is recommending adoption of this order. First, the action to adopt or to not adopt a time schedule order, either by the regional board or by the state board, is entirely discretionary. So this is an unusual issue for the State Water Board to take up on a petition for review. However, the situation is truly quite unique. In fact, it's so unique that the order is, as the chair said, designated as non-precedential. The way we see it, AES had a plan to correct its discharge permit violations by shutting down its facility. Instead, the state is essentially compelling AES to continue operating the facility for 2 more years, knowing full well that it has no way to correct the violations. And we do appreciate the fact that AES is not content to accrue mandatory minimum penalties as just a normal cost of doing business. So on balance, we're recommending that the board adopt the proposed order because we believe it's more appropriate to require abatement of the discharges than it is to assess mandatory minimum penalties under these very unique circumstances. So that wraps up my presentation. I'd be happy to take questions now or after the public commenters. As Chair Esquivel said, I believe the Los Angeles Regional Board is prepared to make some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wiles. Truly a unique circumstance, quite the special one as well. I do appreciate, though, they're here. We are not just simply waiving the minimum mandatory penalties, but instead pivoting those dollars over to the abatement side of things. So it is not here a wholesale, just waiving of those, but again, capturing them more appropriately as part of what should be abatement requirements, while still keeping the general amounts that would have been expected underneath the action. So thank you. I appreciate that. Again, this is unique, and here it's not about the extension. This board has already done that. It is about the time schedule order and these unique circumstances we have for it. Any questions for fellow board colleagues before we go to Ms. Purdy? Seeing none, then we can go to Ms. Purdy. Thank you, Mr. Wiles. Executive Officer Purdy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Good to see you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Very good to see all of you as well. Renee Purdy, Executive Officer of the Los Angeles Water Board. Thank you for the opportunity to make a few comments regarding the State Board's draft order. The Los Angeles Water Board does recognize the need for grid reliability, and the board's decision to not adopt another time schedule order has not prevented AES from continuing to operate the Redondo Beach generating station and provide power. AES is still authorized to discharge subject to its NPDES permit. However, the board recognizes and shares the community's concern about the environmental impacts of the continued operation and associated discharge from this facility. So the board's decision to not provide another extension of the time schedule order, as Mr. Weil said, was an exercise of the board's enforcement discretion and a statement that even the most essential dischargers should not be able to violate permit requirements indefinitely without consequence. As of December 2021, when the board considered this item, the Los Angeles Water Board had already provided AES with 5.5 years to comply with several effluent limits. Nevertheless, we do acknowledge that AES's plan to comply with its permit limits has been to shut down the facility and cease discharging. Therefore, the Los Angeles Water Board accepts the state's board decision as proposed in the draft order, with the understanding that the Redondo Beach generating station will shut down on December 31st, 2023, thus ceasing all discharges to Santa Monica Bay and King Harbor, as AES has said they would. On behalf of the Los Angeles Water Board, I do want to thank you for your consideration of our response to the petition, and in particular, your acknowledgement that the decision as to whether to issue a TSO is a discretionary decision, and that the Los Angeles Water Board acted within its discretion. We also appreciate the clear statement in the draft order that it is not precedential, rather that the proposed decision to adopt the TSO reflects differences in policy perspectives in these particular circumstances. We also agree that the TSO should be limited to the narrow issues of compliance with the DDT effluent limits and with the temperature effluent limit at the discharge point to King Harbor. And we also agree with the more restrictive interim limit for temperature of 102 degrees Fahrenheit only during the seasonal period from May through October. We do request that the state board retain these important acknowledgements and requirements in the final order. Finally, I just wanted to say we appreciate the state board, that state board utilized our proposal for contributions to the kelp forest restoration project and the fish contamination education collaborative, two very important local initiatives to offset and abate the effects of AES's continued discharges through the end of 2023, which are expected to exceed their permit limits for DDT and temperature on occasion, as you heard. We do have our project lead and also our legal counsel here virtually too, so if you have any questions for us, we will do our best to answer them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Purdy. Appreciate your time. And looking to colleagues whether there's any immediate questions, and seeing none, so thank you.
Thank you.
We can now move on then to Mark Miller. Or I apologize. Yeah, I believe it's Mark Miller. Yes.
Thank you. Chair Esquivel, board members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Start my video. Sorry about that. I'm the AES Market Business Leader for California and General Manager of our Southland Generation portfolio, which includes the Redondo Beach Generating Station. I'd like to request 10 minutes to present to the board today with a brief opening statement and request that I reserve the remaining time for any questions that the board may have. Joining me today are Waco Werda, AES Director of Operations, Mr. Mike Lyons from NBC Aquatic Sciences, and Toi Wongbumpanamit, AES Social Impact Manager, who are available to answer any questions that the board may have. The Redondo Beach Generating Station continues to play a key role in supporting electric system reliability, most importantly during flex alert periods, which are those critical times when system demand is highest and generation resource capability is most important through ramping capabilities and supplying energy during the net peak of the day. AES fully supports the proposed order and would like to thank the staff for developing a comprehensive and balanced proposal, as well as this board for considering the proposed order, which will give AES the ability to fully support the grid with Redondo Beach at the highest capability. We also recognize the importance of meaningful community benefits programs, such as those identified in the proposed order and those contained within the AES Voluntary Environmental Benefits Program. AES sees these programs as an important part of stakeholder collaboration and a key benefit to our local communities. My team and I are available to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Garelli.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. My name is Nick Garelli from the law firm of Richards, Watson, and Gershon. I represent the city of Redondo Beach, which strongly opposes the tentative order before you. On behalf of the city, we request that you uphold the regional board's reasoned decision to deny the TSO for the Redondo Beach generating station. When it twice denied the TSO in the past year, the regional board reached two basic conclusions. First, the TSO would allow AES to continue polluting King Harbor and the Pacific Ocean despite years of operating under interim effluent limits through earlier issued TSOs. Second, denying this TSO will not affect grid reliability or require the power plant to shut down. In other words, the regional board carefully balanced the competing policy interests and determined that it was time for AES to comply with its MPDES permit. This TSO would do nothing more than align its expiration date with the current compliance deadline for the OTC policy. It does nothing to improve water quality. The tentative order makes this point clear. Page 11 states, quote, "We find it fair to adopt the requested TSO for the period of the OTC policy compliance extension. While petitioner AES did not object to continued operation of the facility, neither did it propose the OTC policy compliance date extensions," unquote. The record for the last OTC policy extension is replete with statements from AES supporting and urging you to extend the compliance deadline. AES did much more than fail to object. So the TSO is intended to help AES continue operating a 60-year-old gas-fired power plant with as few regulatory hurdles as possible. This is an action based on convenience, not sound regulation. AES has had many years to update the power plant with new BMPs or technology to meet its MPDES permits effluent limits. This board specifically found that extending the OTC policy would cause no environmental impacts because AES would comply with applicable permits. Here is a quote from your October 19, 2021 staff report, which clearly illustrates the board's direction. I quote, "All facilities subject to the OTC policy are required to comply with applicable regulatory requirements that are designed to minimize environmental impacts and protect human health, including all state and local permits. If the compliance date of Redondo Beach is extended, Redondo Beach would continue to be regulated by applicable air and water quality permits. Therefore, continuing to comply with requirements imposed in order to minimize environmental impacts and be protective of human health." That's at page 10 of the 2021 staff report. This TSO is purportedly being issued out of fairness, not because it will minimize environmental impacts or protect human health. So Redondo Beach is once again asking, what has changed? The only specific action to control DDT and temperature in this TSO is that the power plant is expected to shut down at the conclusion of the OTC policy compliance deadline next year. But what assurance does the city have that SWRCB won't recommend a further extension next year due to the warming climate and resulting increase in energy demand? Due to the state board's deference towards SWRCB and AES, any further extension requests will probably be granted. Then, once again, AES will seek another TSO to align the interim limits with the new OTC compliance deadline and shield the power plant's harmful discharges from any meaningful enforcement. All the while, no additional steps will be taken to bring the plant into compliance with these effluent limits. This cycle must stop, and the first step is holding AES accountable for its permit obligations, just as the board said it would last year. We hope that you support the regional board's judgment and uphold its decision. Finally, in conclusion, if the new standard for issuance of a TSO is that there are no tools to control the discharge of pollutants in the short term, then the regional board should apply that standard equally to all, and this order should be made precedential. The city of Redondo Beach's Seaside Lagoon, a recreational facility that serves tens of thousands of people in the area, intakes and discharges the same exact water as the Redondo Beach generating station. The city has incurred hundreds of thousands of dollars in mandatory minimum penalties in recent years, and the city should receive the same consideration when it applies for a TSO for that facility. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gorelli. I appreciate your time and addressing the board and engagement, I know, on what is not a new or uncomplicated issue, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Annalisa Moe, who will be followed by Benjamin Harris.
All right, so
Morning.
getting my and mute figured out. Good morning. Yes, it is technically still morning. Good. All right. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the State Board. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe. I'm here today on behalf of Heal the Bay, which is an environmental nonprofit organization. We are based in Southern California, and we are dedicated to making the coastal waters and watersheds of Greater LA safe, healthy, and clean. I will start with a reminder of the long history of the once through cooling policy, which originally gave AES Redondo Beach a full decade to cease OTC operation by December of 2020. The State Board voted twice now to extend the deadline to December of 2023. I do respect the State Board in this difficult decision. However, I remind the board that this TSO is a separate matter and is not necessary to ensure grid reliability. AES Redondo Beach can operate through 2023 with or without this TSO. In addition, the report released by AES Redondo Beach indicates there will be very few exceedances. And if that is the case, the fines will be minimal compared to their revenue, but would provide some accountability for the ongoing pollution during the additional years of operation. More importantly, we have to remember that once through cooling pollution is not a trivial matter, even if it is limited. The primary issue here that I see is concerns when it comes to temperature effluent discharge and the impacts on water quality. This can impact aquatic life survival and also reproduction. The EPA has also recognized that water temperature increase also means water pollution problem increase. Now, the previous TSO had no interim requirements for continued operation, except to cease operation in 2020, which was then extended to 2021 and is now being proposed for 2023. And without interim improvements along the way, it means that continued operation means continued impacts on water quality and marine life. Now, while permission has already been granted to continued operation, at a minimum, there has to be accountability for the continued impact caused by that operation. Now, once again, AES Redondo Beach can operate and continue to collect revenue without this TSO. And we have concerns about maintaining accountability during that extended period. During the extended operation of the facility, AES Redondo Beach should be held accountable for all violations of the final effluent limit. Therefore, we urge the State Board to deny this TSO to support the community in Redondo Beach impacted by this facility, whom you just heard from, and to protect our coastal waters and ecosystems from continued degradation. Now, if the cleanup and abatement order is implemented and enforced, and if it is at least comparable to the benefits that would be incurred through mandatory penalties of water quality violations, that may provide some level of accountability. But there are a number of ifs in that statement, and the larger question remains, at what time will extensions stop? Without enforceable and enforced deadlines, we completely fail the requirements and the very spirit of the once through cooling policy, which was over many years negotiated by multiple parties, including the permittees as well as the NGOs with the State Board's help. With that, I thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to speak. I'm happy to stay on the line if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moe, and I appreciate you again, importantly glossing on what is, not just an isolated decision here, but part of a decadal effort to shift from once through cooling along the coast. And I know that we're at these last plants that we're having this pressure with energy considerations and the pressure that climate change is putting on the energy grid, which that this board has no expertise, and we do rely on the SACWIS. And as we, balance what are these complicated, certainly, circumstances with these last plants, I think it's important to note that the majority of plants are no longer and have ceased once through cooling. It is just the small number of plants. So the policy has been something of, definitely of a success. And so I just want to make sure, and I appreciate that. To your points of ensuring that, you know, the minimum penalties that are being shifted here to the abatement side to specifically fund and address DDT or temperature. And I know to your, you know, your concern around it, there are a lot of ifs. I share those with you. I want to make sure that the action that the board here is taking is simply, it is one where, to my mind, certainly minimum monthly penalties, as I understand, they go to the cleanup and abatement account. Is that correct? Just looking to Mr. Wiles and otherwise, where do the minimum penalties end up going, and ultimately, right? Because we are capturing what that dollar amount would be and just simply ensuring that they go into the abatement side, so they are providing something more of a concrete benefit. At least I see that as part of the benefit of what the board is actually trying to balance and do here on the TSO, but just want to confirm that.
That's right. So any proceeds under mandatory minimum penalties are set aside for use by the state board or the regional boards or other public agencies for cleanup and abatement activities generally. The difference here is this order is targeting those funds for specific programs in the vicinity of the discharge.
Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate, Ms. Moe, all your points and your concern that, you know, that it doesn't really actually better benefit than the community in the actual impacts from the plant around DDT and temperature. So it'll be something that certainly as we further hear and consider this and wherever the board ends up voting today would want to further follow. So thank you. I really do appreciate the points you've brought up.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to pivot over to Benjamin Harris. Good morning, Mr. Harris.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the State Water Board. Good morning. My name is Benjamin Harris, and I am the staff attorney with Los Angeles Waterkeeper. We urge the board to deny the petition from AES Redondo Beach Generating Station for a time schedule order that would shield the facility from accountability for failing to comply with the terms of its NPDES permit. And I just want to repeat the comments that my colleague Annalisa just mentioned, but also with the lens of accountability, which I think is the important consideration here. Time schedule orders really should only be granted upon a showing of strong justifications and not because the facility's normal operations might exceed permit limits. AES Redondo Beach has not established justifications for the extension here because the facility has shown it can continue operating through the new 2023 extension date with or without this time schedule order. As such, the facility has not shown a compelling reason outside of its own course of operations as to why it would be unable to comply with the terms of its permit. As my colleague Annalisa Moe already stated, water pollution from once through cooling facilities like AES Redondo Beach is not trivial. Effluent discharges from these facilities have high temperatures and can greatly impact aquatic life in Santa Monica Bay in both their survival and reproduction. Moreover, neither the previous time schedule order nor the currently requested order include interim compliance requirements for the facility to achieve prior to its closure other than reduced effluent limits for DDT and temperature. As such, this time schedule order would merely be a rollback of the substantive effluent limits of the permit. The original timeline given for the facility's closure was a decade, and now the facility is asking for the ability to continue discharging effluent with high temperatures for at least another year and a half. I acknowledge that we are in a unique situation and one that poses a difficult decision for both the State Board and the Los Angeles Regional Board. It is important to keep in mind that while time schedule orders are considered an enforcement tool, in practice, they primarily serve to shield dischargers from accountability to the public for discharge violations and to authorize continuing water pollution. The State Board should respect the Regional Board's decision to pursue a different enforcement strategy that is based on accountability, a decision which was made following a reasoned assessment of whether an extension was justified when compared to the harm caused by continued water pollution from this facility. I acknowledge and appreciate the cleanup and abatement payments that would be included as part of the time schedule order. However, as the Regional Board determined, the usual enforcement mechanisms would provide more fulsome ways to address the harm caused by this facility's continuing discharge violations. In conclusion, the State Board should deny the time schedule order requested by AES Redondo Beach and should follow the Regional Board's lead in holding this facility accountable for complying with its existing discharge permit through its new closure date in 2023. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next, I'd like to call up Ariel Lou I. Lee Winston from Tree People.
Hi, my name is Ariel Whitson. I'm the Director of Education and Community at Tree People. I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to comment on this item. For almost 50 years, we have been working across Southern California to inspire, engage, and support people to take action for our environment. For our education programming, we have worked with youth in Redondo and the surrounding areas for over 25 years, implementing action-oriented environmental projects. We support AES's community benefits program that supports our Natural Connections program that reduces barriers for low-income communities of color to access transformational opportunities to connect with our precious coasts and watersheds. We've been implementing this program for over 35 years and have seen how valuable these experiences are for our community members. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Woolley. And I believe that will be our last speaker.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Erin Woolley, and I'm a policy advocate with Sierra Club California. As previous commenters have noted, the State Water Board adopted its once-through cooling policy in 2016 with an original compliance deadline of 2020. This facility planned to retire in order to achieve compliance with the OTC policy in 2020. This board, however, has twice extended that compliance deadline, first in 2020 and again in 2021, with the new deadline set for 2023. This facility in the interim has continued to operate and extended its operations to align with that compliance deadline. Rather than making the improvements to comply with its discharge requirements, this facility has repeatedly sought exemptions in the form of TSOs. The facility in the board's draft order acknowledge that this facility will not make the necessary improvements to directly address the anticipated discharges, but will merely extend its existing operations without compliance, despite the negative impacts of its continued operation on water quality, marine life, and the local community. We urge the State Water Board not to grant the TSO and instead to hold AES accountable to the existing standards that are more protective of the environment and local community. Thank you for the time and opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Ms. Woolley. I appreciate your time and engagement on this issue and decision-making before the board. Okay, that wraps up our commenters. Looking over to my colleagues to see if they had any questions, any thoughts, comments, discussion, or dialogue we should have. And I can kick us off a bit as well and just note, at least for myself, you know, this is the decision to extend the plant and its running and its impacts that was in the past. And what we're trying to here address are, again, what I think for me is something of a bit of a call on fairness. You know, I know that there's a feeling that, well, the plant should be able to run by what are existing standards here and then quickly, I guess. But I think the work that it would take to try to comply, the cost and the time quickly eclipses this period that we're considering and making a decision on. And so I think it's really a matter of how best do we ensure then that its operations, as have already been noted, are going to happen either way because of the decision that's already been made, are best balanced. And here was the state itself that has identified through the SACWIS a need to protect the energy grid and keep here this plant and a couple others continuing to run in order to bridge a really critical time. And because of that, the planning, the funding, everything that would need to be aligned in order to then have that effort to meet the standards now is simply, it's not there. And that's the obvious part. The question then is, what to do with what otherwise be mandatory minimum penalties, the fairness of those, where do they go? And again, I feel here on balance, what this board is attempting to do is to say those funds should stay closer to the actual impacts that absent this, again, they would simply go to a cleanup and abatement account, which would be available writ large, but wouldn't guarantee that here we're trying to best balance what are going to be, yes, the ongoing impacts from operations. So I'm comfortable with where the staff proposal is, where we've landed. I think that, again, it doesn't alleviate at all AES from their obligations and here the impacts, but instead pivots at least the minimum mandatory penalties to something closer to home. Abatement had two groups that specifically addressed DDT and temperature. Again, I support ultimately the staff position, but I look over to my fellow board colleagues for any additional thought or discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I don't have too much to add to that. Actually, I concur with your comments. And I just want to say that I do appreciate the regional board's decision to not act on this TSO. I do, commend them for exercising their discretion in this case. Having been on the board for the last two permutations of the once through cooling policy amendment, I am very mindful of the grid reliability challenges. That's not what we're discussing today, but it is a factor in my deciding that my comfort level in proceeding with this. Were this not part of the facts? And I appreciate that this is a non-precedential decision because it truly is unique to this case. If these circumstances weren't present, I may feel differently about how to proceed here with the NPDES permit and this AES's compliance or non-compliance with that permit. But today, here we are, and I concur wholeheartedly with the mitigation, abatement funds being directed directly towards the kelp forest restoration, towards fishermen education on contamination. I think those are meaningful contributions that will see benefits in the community over the next year, which is, what is allowed to operate, through the end of 2023 for this facility. So it's a difficult decision. It's not one I certainly take lightly at all, but I do think this is the appropriate next step, given what we have today.
Thank you, Board Member Vice Chair.
Thank you. I don't want to take up much time. I agree with what's already been said. I feel like this is really targeted. It is a unique circumstance. I appreciate that it's non-presidential and just really want to thank staff for its thoughtfulness in this. I concur with Board Member McGuire. It's not taken lightly, and I know staff didn't take it lightly either. And I think that with what's proposed, it's very targeted and appropriate.
Vice Chair, anything further? Okay, I'd entertain a motion, I think, at this point.
I'll move to adopt the order.
Second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote? It was Vice Chair.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all. Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Thank everyone for their participation and discussion here, and I know there'll likely be still more, so thank you. Thank you. That will bring us to our lunch, and actually we will take a 12 o'clock lunch here, and let's go ahead and we will break until 30-minute lunch, or do you want to give ourselves a little more? Looking at my colleagues, 30's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and gather back here at 12:30. We'll do a quick 30-minute lunch. Appreciate everyone's attention and contributions this morning. When we come back, we will start on item number 5, which is a summary of results from our volumetric annual report for wastewater and water recycling. Looking forward to that. Thank you all. See you in 30 minutes. Okay, everyone, I believe we're ready to gather back here. It's 12:35. Thanks, everyone. Hope you enjoyed a good, if not brief, lunch. That brings us to item number 5 on our agenda. Our now annual, well, has been now for a couple of, third annual now?
Third annual, we're getting some good data.
This is awesome. It's our third annual summary of our water recycling and also wastewater report here, which two are very interconnected. So thank you so much, Ms. Mogus, for being here. Looking forward to where we are now after 3 years of this tracking and where we could go.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'm Karen Mogus, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and I'm joined here in person by Tim Regan, our office attorney in the Office of Chief Counsel. And for various and sundry reasons, we have all of our presenters, or our staff presenter online on Zoom, Rebecca Greenwood. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to her. She's got all the great news. So, Rebecca, take it away. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
How about now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you. Hey, Rebecca.
There we go. There we go. Excellent. Thanks. Thanks for having me today. Excited for the third year for the volumetric annual report. So really happy to be here today, and thank you to everybody for tuning in. So my name is Rebecca Greenwood. I'm an engineering geologist with the Recycled Water and Desalination Unit for the Division of Water Quality. Next slide. Perfect. Available with me today for this presentation virtually are Laura McClellan, Annalisa Kihara, and Claire Wagoner, also all with the Division of Water Quality. And then Karen is available as well as Tim Regan is also in person. So our informational item today will be presenting a summary of the results from the implementation of the annual volumetric reporting requirements for wastewater and recycled water facilities statewide. Next slide. So let's start out with a quick reminder of the goals so that they're fresh in our brains when we start to look at this data collected for the 2021 calendar year. So the volumetric annual report was developed and implemented in 2019 to keep track of the numeric and narrative goals set in the recycled water policy. California has a really long history with water reuse, and use data has been collected intermittently since the 1970s. However, now the volumetric annual report consistently collects annual information on volume data from over 750 plus wastewater treatment plants and recycled water producers. The goals set in the recycled water policy are also mirrored in the state's water resilience portfolio and were originally based off goals set in Water Code section 13577. And these goals focus specifically on California Code of Regulations Title 22 treatment and use of recycled water. And they do not particularly address the other beneficial uses of wastewater, such as maintaining stream flow to support in-stream beneficial uses. So broadly speaking, our goals focus on increasing the volume of recycled water used statewide, increase the reuse of wastewater discharged into the ocean, and finally, increasing reuse in areas where groundwater supplies are threatened. So with that, we can start talking about some of the reporting. Next slide. Outreach and education has been really critical to the success of our reporting, and our team really strives to create a space that's collaborative, and we try to provide robust customer service to all of our permittees. And our outreach works in about 3 phases. And so our first phase is general outreach, compliance, and reminders. The second one is compliance in general, and then the third is for corrections. And open communication and direct assistance is provided through all of these phases to ensure that every permittee receives the correct amount of help, however much that may be, via email, Teams meetings, or phone calls. And so in our first phase of general outreach, this occurs prior to our reporting due date, and increasingly has a lot of emails and phone calls coming from initially monthly, progressing to weekly as we approach our deadline. Our second phase for compliance and analysis happens post-deadline and requires more specific assistance to each facility And then we begin to have discussions with our Office of Enforcement for issuing notices of violations for any non-compliance that we might have at that point. Our third phase is corrections and cleanup. And this is when staff review an initial analysis and then determine if any corrections or anomalies need to be addressed within the data set. And then we conduct additional specific outreach to make those changes with those facilities. So as you can see on this slide, we're getting more efficient every year and achieving a really solid compliance rate by the board item date. And our most recent compliance rate are shown on that last column for the end of July. So these compliance rates show that this phased approach is really successful and is supplemented with cultivated relationships and outreach assistance in collaboration with Water Reuse California and the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. And with each year so far, we've really refined and are finding the optimal time frame for providing quality data and analysis. And it's likely that future report outs will occur in the fall timeframes to be able to provide optimal data and analysis completed by the team. And then we will continue to show hopefully increased compliance as we conduct enforcement. Next slide.
I just have to really acknowledge and thank you, Rebecca, for you and the entire team, because those compliance numbers on reporting are pretty incredible. You know, we don't see numbers like that for many programs, and here speaks to both the important just leadership, I'll say, of our wastewater agencies, water reuse, so many that have worked with us to make sure we're asking the right questions just enough, the right balance, because we know this board, we ask a lot of information. But I think this is an example of how we can do so in a way that actually builds the trust of folks, and importantly, helps them continue to better see the value of even gathering the data, because it provides us the basis for better policy discussions in the legislature, what is the opportunity to recycle, all of it. And again, just those numbers are just incredibly impressive, and it speaks to just everyone's effort. But just want to thank you and just really acknowledge that.
Yes, awesome, thank you. And credit all the way around to the team and everybody who participates in all of this, because it is a really great effort. So I think it's very important. So kind of with that, we're going to look at our first slide that's related to our volumetric annual report for facility classification. And this slide is representing 708 out of 752 facilities that are reporting that 94% compliance rate for the 2021 year. We are showing that there are 421 wastewater treatment facilities. These are shown in green. There are 267 wastewater treatment facilities that can produce a Title 22 recycled water. And then finally, there are 20 recycled water producers, which again, do not receive a raw effluent wastewater, but rather they treat an already treated effluent from another facility. So this just kind of lets us get a bird's eye view of where all of these facilities are located in California. Next slide. So moving on into the overall summary for all of the reporting years, this is the volume comparison for the three main data categories collected, which are influent, what's coming into the plant, effluent, where is it going when it's discharged, and then recycled water. So consistent with the rest of the comparisons that I'm going to be presenting today, the 2019 data is going to be on the left column, 2020 is going to be in the middle, and the 2021 is going to be on the right. And everything here is presented in acre feet per year unless otherwise noted. And so while we do have 3 years of data, which is the minimum to be able to provide a trend, it's really important to note that it's pretty difficult to draw robust conclusions off of 3 data points, but we are continuing to collect them. So it's a very good start to what we're looking at. As you can see on this slide, both our influent and effluent volumes have continued to decrease from 2019 to 2021, and then our recycled water volume has increased slightly. Next slide. So before I get into the recycled water specific numbers, I do want to talk a little bit about conservation, which plays appropriately into what we have heard earlier in the board meeting, and how this plays into the volumes that come into our wastewater treatment plants. So this slide shows a data that was presented by the Office of Research Planning and Performance previously, and it shows the average indoor residential water use over the last few years. And the average indoor water use has been decreasing over the past 3 years, which is consistent and tracks with the decrease in influent, that we see coming into wastewater facilities from the volumetric annual report. So on the top right, there is a table that was presented by the Department of Water Resources and the State Water Board as a joint recommendation for an indoor residential water use standard. But as you can also see, the average indoor water use standard is currently lower than the recommendation. And Californians are really are expected to continue to use water more efficiently and effectively indoors. So as we kind of heard earlier, passive conservation is really happening right now, and wastewater collection systems and treatment facilities may continue to experience lower or more concentrated flows due to things like codes and standards and behavioral changes, much like the gray water system stuff that we saw a little bit earlier. And this isn't always a bad thing. Water efficiency saves water, energy, money, protects water quality. And there's a lot of really great increases for benefits for all of this as our climate changes, but it's really important to note that conservation is critical, but it's definitely not going to solve California's water issues all by itself. So this is something that agencies that are producing recycled water are going to have to continue to adapt to, as the volume of influent entering facilities has a really big impact on how much recycled water can be produced from these places. So let's shift back now and look at some of the direct recycled water data. Next slide. So this is directly from our numbers, and this graph shows our recycled water use by category from 2019 to 2021. As you can see, most categories have remained fairly consistent from 2020 to 2021, and the growth that we've seen in this number for increased recycled water use has really come from potable uses, which includes groundwater recharge and seawater intrusion barrier. Next slide. And then again, consistent with prior years, we can see that Santa Ana Region 8 and Los Angeles Region 4 are the regions that produce most of this potable recycled water. And the Central Coast region, which is Region 3, and the San Diego region, Region 9, are also going to be starting to produce some potable recycled water as well in the near future. And then as an additional category of note, we want to highlight that the Central Valley region is still the largest amount of recycled water used for agriculture irrigation. And so this is just a few ways to show some of the data and the numbers directly for recycled water, but I do want to shift for the rest of the presentation and talk a little bit about open data and some of the larger picture items that we'll be facing for recycled water over the next few years. Next slide. Excellent. So this year, in collaboration with the Office of Information Management and Analysis, we've created an interactive tool to display our data on our updated webpage. This map is just another tool to help us display our data in an interactive form. And users can select data by region or specific facility and then review submitted summaries for each of that data by reporting year. We still are continuing to put out our updated infographics. All of our presentations, including this board presentation, will be on our website, and then continuing to have all of our GeoTracker resources on our webpage as well. So this link is provided on the slide, or you can navigate to our reporting webpage by going to waterboards.ca.gov/recycled water, where you can get a bunch of information about not only the Division of Water Quality's recycled water unit, but also Division of Drinking Waters and Division of Financial Assistance. So with that, we've also been working with the Office of Information Management and Analysis on updating performance reports, which are going to be presented at a later board meeting by their team, but we did want to give a shout out to them for all of their hard work. The new dashboard is going to include historical data, as well as our volumetric annual report data to look through in an interactive tool. So look for that coming out in the future. Next slide. So in addition to the new tools and information that are coming out from our teams, we're really happy to receive inquiries from grad students and other interested parties on the volumetric annual report data set, which is hosted on the California Open Data portal. I did want to highlight a few projects that have used this volumetric data set and are continuing to promote recycled water. So the chart on the left is from the Pacific Institute Untapped Potential Report, which investigates our data set and looks at additional water reuse potential, including stormwater capture, to estimate where we can increase recycled water in different ways across California. And then on the right, there's a map from Water Reuse California that's been a really great resource for displaying the data on an interactive map tool as well. And then we also have our newest 2021 data set posted for immediate access on our California Open Data Portal right now. And so we are looking forward to people being able to access that data and do more analysis. We're also looking forward to the forthcoming report, which is funded by the Water Recycling Funding Program at the State Board, Grant 4962, on the feasibility of increasing recycled water in California. And that should be finalized in the next couple months and will be ready to be released. So also another teaser for looking out for that. Next slide. So these data are really helping decision makers and academics with the central question of how can we continue to increase recycled water in California? And one way that that's going to happen is going to be with the upcoming regulations for direct potable reuse. And direct potable reuse, if you're unfamiliar, is the planned introduction of recycled water either directly into a public water system or into a raw water supply immediately upstream of a water treatment plant. Assembly Bill 574 requires an expert panel to review the proposed criteria and then make a finding whether the criteria would be protective of public health. The panel is currently reviewing the proposed criteria, and the DPR regulations should be considered for adoption by the State Water Board by December 31st, 2023. And according to Water Reuse California, there are tens of thousands of planned acre feet for recycled water for direct potable reuse projects coming in the future. This is one path forward, but there's still much to be done for us to increase recycled water volumes in a significant manner. Next slide. Securing a reliable water supply for California requires greater investments in water infrastructure projects. Water infrastructure requires time and investment beyond just building or expanding a treatment plant. And from 2017 to May 2022, the State Water Board's Division of Financial Assistance has funded $1.8 billion to recycled water projects and anticipates increasing recycled water volumes in categories for agriculture irrigation, landscape irrigation, groundwater recharge, potable reuse, and other various uses by 124,000 acre feet by 2027. And although many of these projects are currently under construction, some of the projects that were intended to be completed over the last 2 years have remained unfinished due to limited or lack of availability for building materials from potential supply chain issues, and have requested extensions to be completed. So we do need to continue to grow and promote not just infrastructure, but all of the components that are required to make these systems operate successfully. We need to continue to invest and invest for 20 years from now to incorporate the real possibility of decreasing wastewater flows into our decision making and how that affects recycled water in the future, continuing to be more proactive. Next slide. So goals, I gave you that whole first slide, and we're going to talk about what we should do with reevaluating them. But goals are important, and they measure progress and they drive change. And when we're looking to reevaluate them in the future amendment to the recycled water policy, more practical and achievable goals are going to need to be incorporated. We need feasible as well as aspirational goals to feel like progress is being made and also drive investments at a larger scale. And there's not going to be an easy answer to what the goal should be. There's not going to be a magic number. It's going to be a tough evaluation, but it shouldn't just focus on a number. It should instead reflect the current state of California's water landscape and take a more holistic approach that acknowledges things like conservation and decreasing wastewater flows and the state's increasing aridification due to climate change. Next slide. So there's many factors that play a part into our water landscape and the aridification of California. And droughts really provide a sense of urgency, but we need to continue planning and working steadily towards developing recycled water supplies, even when the state isn't in a drought. These numbers show us that California is continuing to develop recycled water supplies, but they also show us how far we still need to go to continue to expand the use of recycled water, especially potable recycled water, and enable communities to build sustainable and resilient water supplies. So efforts like the statewide wastewater needs analysis and the effort to promote septic to sewer connections should all help and support the expansion of recycled water to additional communities that might not have had access to that before. And investment is an important piece of this for this infrastructure to be able to get them that water. But we also need to continue to work collaboratively with local water agencies, industries, and continue to grow the industry capacity for planning, design, manufacturing, and construction of all of these advanced wastewater treatment facilities and advanced water treatment facilities. But we also need to continue to operate and maintain all of these potable water recycling facilities. So Californians need to be resilient, and we need to continue to support and build and invest to provide a collective approach to help their resilience. And with that, I thank you for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions, and our contact information is available on our next slide.
Just thank you, Rebecca. If I didn't have so much product in my hair, my hair would be blowing back because I'm just so incredibly impressed by just this effort and the dashboard, the data, and to all of your good points, the fact that it's really supporting decision-making at that local level as we as well, then as policymakers at the state level balance it is really important. So just thank you so much for that. And I would note, I know that there's a lot of attention that the conservation work gets. There's a lot of press and paper that's written around it, but it isn't the full strategy of this state. It is a really critical part, and it is very urgent, and is why, again, we have appropriately put attention to it. But I appreciate this item. I appreciate the incredible work that's going on around this, because this too is part of that work. It is about increasing also supplies, advancing water recycling at this critical moment. And to your point, and I appreciate the discussion around the impacts of the conservation work on how we plan, promote, be able to build faith in projects that won't be stranded because aren't taking into consideration the decline in usage is an important one. We have to balance the investments we're making and make sure we're really here using the benefit of these data streams, this information, to be right-sizing our investments and really looking at the total future of our systems, which we know we have to take into consideration the conservation work we're doing. So I feel fortunate. I know here at the board, we're very sensitive here to this tension between conservation and desiring to recycle additional water and what it means to have declining effluent then, and how you plan for both of those things at once, knowing that they're really both important. So I appreciated your points on that. Again, all that data work, the dashboards, just advancing it, and the open standards that, which I appreciated as well, to your point, are actually feeding other products, importantly. You know, it's not just these data are fundamental decision-making here at the board, but more importantly, they're fundamental to the state. And I think that's seen in the way that folks have taken that data and now used it for additional analysis, additional insight, both at the local and state level. So for all those reasons, just thank you. I can't be appreciative and excited enough about what is really important work at a really critical time, because it feeds our Division of Financial Assistance investments, where just this last year, being able to invest $1.2 billion in these recycled water projects, they're going to develop another 75,000 acre feet. Again, shows the real opportunity and pleasure it is to work in these areas, because seeing both sides of it has its benefits. Looking over to fellow board colleagues, I know we have a couple of commenters as well to contribute to our discussion, but please, Vice Chair.
I just want to join in thanking the team for putting this together, and also being responsive to some of the concerns that were raised by water reuse regarding some challenges with reporting and seeking further clarification for those filing reports. And so I was pleased to hear of, greater clarification and ability to respond in the appropriate categories. As usual, I'm particularly interested in seeing where we can expand in the agricultural sector because of not having to go to that higher level of treatment and higher energy use. So welcome any comments in that area. And in particular, interested in learning more about opportunities in disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley, where a lot of the communities are really struggling both with safe drinking water and with agricultural use, and in particular, some interest in the past that had been raised by industrial wastewater, wastewater at, say, for example, tomato processing facilities, looking for more opportunities similar to what we saw in the North Valley project in Stanislaus County, where there can be multiple benefits, both for water quality for industrial and municipal users, agricultural benefits, and also opportunities for environmental use as well. And so I know with not expecting you necessarily to answer all this today, but with all of the really good work that's going on out there in the San Joaquin Valley between PPIC, the San Joaquin Valley Blueprint, and the Collaborative Action program that Stanford has initiated, there's increasing conversations about ways that agricultural lands can be repurposed in part for environmental use. And so I think that there's increasing, as we go forward, perhaps increasing opportunities for that environmental component as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board member.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I echo, the comments that have already been made, and just wanted to thank staff for the presentation and acknowledge the several approaches will be needed as acknowledged by the water resiliency portfolio. These will include conservation, recycled water infrastructure, as well as others. The weather, as we know, the weather is getting hotter, and it's also predicted that we'll have more storms as we did this past October. So, we also have the hots as well as the extreme wets. It'll be important for us to work together with our sister agencies, including Department, Food and Ag, DWR, as stakeholders as we build resiliency to address climate change. Really looking at that full picture of opportunities to bring to the table, and not look at one without considering the impacts to others. And so just really taking a step back, looking at all of the opportunities that are in front of us. And as the chair acknowledged, we also have this historic moment in time here with infrastructure funding, and looking how that funding can help us move forward and to advance some of these great opportunities that are in front of us. So really just want to acknowledge that, and just, the great work that has already been done, and just, that we have such a great opportunity to do so much more here, with, recycled water, and just building resiliency here in California. So, thank you for all the great work and all that I know that, is ahead of us.
Hear, hear. Thank you, board member. Board member McGuire, please.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I look forward every year. I can't wait for the great unveiling of how much recycled water we used in the prior year. And I'm glad we upticked a little bit, but given all the pressures and what we're seeing, conservation, the drought, et cetera, it's not all that, and just knowing that there are so many projects in progress right now, new projects that we're anticipating to come online in coming years, it's not too surprising that it's not a larger number this year. So I do appreciate, Ms. Greenwood, your comments about reevaluating the goals and taking a look at the recycled water policy through a finer lens. Now that we're starting to get this data in a more dependable, reliable format, and we're going to have better trends and an ability to project out where this could be and what the capacity is of our wastewater treatment plants. So I just want to say I'm really looking forward to the WRF study that we're anticipating to come out very soon here. And I would welcome DWQ back at the appropriate time. I was hoping that the study actually would be out around the same time that this report would be made, so we could maybe talk about both, where we've been and where we're going. But whenever you're ready, I would really look forward to that further discussion about what is within the art of the possible here in terms of reuse. And when I think about reuse, I certainly think about Title 22. I think about potable, all uses for it, whether it's purple pipe for golf courses, whether it's direct potable reuse, and I'm very excited about that, whether it's for agriculture. But I really also want us to not lose sight of the environmental benefits that discharge flows have. And I am a little concerned that we've lost a little bit of that story through this reporting, through the presentation today. I really didn't see a breakout of that component. And so I do hope that in future reports, we can get a better sense for how, some dischargers are in fact putting discharge recycled water, Title 22 quality recycled water even, to environmental benefit. And that is something that we should reflect and recognize and actually preserve to the extent that's something, that is needed in those given watersheds. So I just want to put a pin in that. This is a fantastic report. It's a lot of great information. I really appreciate all the time and effort that's put into it. And really what I'm thinking about here is how can we build on it going forward? So I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Really good points, and definitely reminded that the real work and the benefit of the data is that careful balance. And so the more that we're able to reflect those realities that watersheds do depend on these discharges and there are these benefits, we can help all of us collectively understand what that right balance is. So I really appreciate that. Really good points. We have a couple of commenters that we can pivot to. And so first I'd like to call up Sean Bothwell, and then in person here we have Jennifer West and Jared Voskuil.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Sean Bothwell on behalf of California Coastkeeper Alliance. I really appreciate the state board's efforts to be collecting this data and really improving the collection of the data over the few years we've had it. Staff's done a great job and it's been really great at briefing us and other stakeholders on the numbers. And like board member McGuire, we're always very excited when this presentation is made. This information is going to be incredibly helpful in creating realistic water recycling goals in the future. And just to be on record, we are certainly supportive of developing more accurate and realistic water recycling goals, even if that means ratcheting it down. I think the key is making sure they're realistic and attainable rather than some lofty goal that just isn't even feasible to reach. And it's great to see the state's potable reuse numbers going up. We're really excited to see that, while also seeing discharges and effluent discharges, particularly to the ocean, going down. With all of the federal and state funding that's coming available, we really do need to start making some serious investments in additional potable reuse projects, particularly as we anticipate the adoption of the direct potable reuse regulations in the near future. And I agree with everything Rebecca was saying about what we need to do in the future to achieve our water recycling goals. But I wanted to take a second to quickly flag that while we should be doing everything we can to encourage recycled water recycling, particularly for ocean wastewater discharges, we also need to realize that the associated brine discharges is going to become less and less, and therefore more concentrated, and further exacerbate ocean acidification hotspots along the California coast. We really need to get started on an ocean acidification policy. I know that there's been a lot of science and a lot of research being done, but it's really time to move into that regulatory phase of setting a water quality objective to prevent ocean acidification hotspots. And while we're developing the objective, which is going to take years, the State Water Board, I would encourage to start developing and considering incentives to encourage dischargers to start addressing, or at least start planning to address, the avoidance of ocean acidification hotspots. Rebecca mentioned a bunch of big projects coming online. It'd be great if the Division of Financial Assistance could consider ways to incentivize applicants to start planning for potential denitrification of their wastewater discharges. Even if it's just 1 or 2 pilot projects with all the funding that we have, could really go a long way to demonstrate the value of meeting our ocean acidification targets early, or at least start planning for that type of denitrification. So I really appreciate this presentation again, really excited about the numbers, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Appreciate just continued long time engagement on this and helping us shape the right policies, and agree that we need to be pivoting to our ocean plan a bit. I know there's discussion. This isn't a priorities discussion, so we'll have that at some point around some of that work. So I appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer West, who will be followed by Jared Voskuhl. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer West. I'm the Managing Director of Water Reuse California. I want to start again by thanking the staff for all their efforts on this. They do a really good job of briefing us, and we like the partnership. And I think our membership is also seeing the value of this effort. This is year 3 of this, and I'm certainly appreciating it as we talk to and briefing legislators about recycled water, and they can find out now where recycled water is happening in their community kind of for the first time and drill down to the city level. So that's been really, really a positive thing. I appreciate the presentation in combination with the conservation numbers. There is a lot less water in the system, and so the slight increase in recycled water when you see a lot less water in the system is significant. As we discussed, we are going to see a lot of potable reuse projects coming online in the next few years. There are 4 under construction right now: Padre Dam, City of San Diego, Orange County Water District's expansion of their groundwater program, and the Pure Water Soquel. So those will get us to way over 100,000 acre-feet by the year 2030 combined. So that is an exciting aspect. There are also many other planned projects in the state that are in various stages of working through this. I appreciated the comments about environmental uses. I think when we go and look at that number and reevaluate as part of the recycled water policy, what should be an appropriate goal? The goal, I think right now, was chosen in 2009, and I think it was just a very much aspirational goal without a lot of data behind it. So as we reevaluate that number, I would also recommend that we look at the environmental uses of recycled water. I think last year there was a focus, and we had almost 225 acre-feet of recycled water that was used for in-stream flow natural systems. That combined with our Title 22, we were close to or over 1 million acre-feet total. So I think it's an important aspect that it's difficult to, it wasn't in this year's policy, but I think as we update that policy and look at a new number, we should find a way to recognize the benefit of environmental recycled water. So those are my comments, and again, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your great comments, advocacy, and contribution to all these, not just this work, but I know what is very deep technical work on the direct potable reuse regs and everything else. Really appreciate your work, Jennifer, and water reuse. Next, we have Jared Voskuhl from CASA. CASA.
Tomato, I think it's okay. Good afternoon, board members. Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. Happy to be here with you in person in the summertime. I want to echo Jennifer West's comments and our support for those, and make a couple other additional comments. Kind of touched upon, but just to summarize it, there were several uses of recycled water that weren't technical Title 22 uses. So if you were to kind of do that back of the envelope map, we're right next to the target when you're considering those plus planned projects right now, which I think is very exciting. But that said, we recognize with the declining flows that staff shared overall in the system that these targets are going to need to be revisited long term. To those specific numbers, Jennifer mentioned it, less water, but more recycling. I wanted to flag it specifically, 70,000 less acre-feet per year in effluent, but we increased recycling by 3,000 acre-feet. That's notable, but maybe the prior year is also notable because there was a 350,000 acre-feet decrease, and it had been pinged as like a COVID year, so it was a bit of an anomaly, but it didn't recover this year. It went down even further. So I don't know if it's fair to expect that number to bounce back up anytime soon. But if you wanted to quantify that 350,000 acre-feet decrease in effluent, I think that comes out to about water for 1 million families for a year. And so because of declining flows, you have that, if you were to translate it that way or frame that number that way, that would be one way to kind of talk about that impact. With regards to a slide that mentioned conservation data, I just wanted to note that wasn't based on volumetric annual report data. That was from, I think, Flume, and they have some meters that are on a small number of homes. I don't think that was representative, but I also don't want the impression that slide gave in terms of where people are on conservation to be projected out statewide. I think you might have some issues there with just the number of homes that actually have that meter on there. And so maybe in terms of sample size, there might be also sampling bias for the homes that have it on there. Also, some of the regions they're in, there might be regional trends with water conservation that would get you to those numbers. And so ultimately kind of the reliability of those projections of 39 GPCD may not be honed in right for statewide numbers. A couple other items, one with regards to funding and planning. This is very important to us for recycled water projects going forward. We've heard from members who have said if flows keep declining, projects they're planning right now won't pencil out, or they're going to have to scale them down, which is notable. And we need to be, I guess, mindful of perhaps what the sociologist Robert Merton would call the latent function of policies that the state pursues. And so with regards to conservation, if we are decreasing how much households are using, there's going to be a follow-along effect there. And there's going to be adverse impacts to those recycling projects, but not just the recycling projects, which we're talking about today, but also the collection systems, that infrastructure, and the treatment facilities and what they're going to have to do to increase treatment of stronger influent. And then last, I wanted to note some remarks about ocean acidification, hotspots, denitrification. And again, there seems to be this latent function of water recycling where you're going to have stronger brine, and we have to find a solution to that. The expense of denitrification, to put that to scale, to have a meaningful impact is envisioned, incredibly prohibitively expensive. And so site identification, appropriate funding is going to be necessary, but if it's not coming from grants, it's going to be increasing rates for local ratepayers. And if we're already with a water affordability crisis, having a wastewater affordability one is concerning. And so I know the board is accounting for all this in its planning, but the continued investment through the Clean Water SRF is very important to us, and we're supportive of that. And then last, I want to note on the ocean acidification, the 4 largest agencies in Southern California all have projects on the books to recycle water. Some are in construction, some are in planning. But given the impact of all of that water, I think there's time for us to figure out, for the medium and the smalls, what do we need to do from a watershed approach to reduce nutrients, but not have it be on communities that ultimately couldn't afford that on a long-term basis. So with that, I conclude my remarks, and thank you all, board, for the time today.
Thank you, Mr. Vasco. I appreciate those good remarks. I know in the course of the adoption of our water budgets, a lot of those, again, those tensions that you explored around declining indoor usage and what it means for the sizing and impacts to water treatment systems is going to be important, and we're look forward to having a kind of thorough discussion around that. I'll just note, and importantly, these trends in usage, absent even, say, state policies making these impacts, have been happening. So I think that what is important, and to your good point, is we just recognize what it is we're going to have to be investing toward or hitting as a target so that we know, are we right-sizing our projects? What are we doing? But the state's role in that, we're still about to set budgets, certainly here in emergency conservation space, there are those impacts. And so just appreciate that we're here to explore them and understand them for certain. So just thanks. Yeah. Other board colleagues, anything further to add to our discussion around this? It is a little like Christmas. We do get excited about unveiling this number, and especially an opportunity to talk about the work, because it's extensive, it's ongoing. It often doesn't get as much attention as other things may get. And so this was very helpful again, and appreciate and look forward to next year's update as well, and the conversations that, again, this data is helping us all have on how we best do with our limited supplies and in a time of aridification. So thank you all. Really appreciate it. I think that concludes then item number 5 and allows us to here transition to item number 6. Again, these are informational items, so there's no action by the board. And so next we have a report from our presiding hearing officer on the 2nd and 3rd years of the Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office. And I appreciate, Mr. Lilly, you are here remotely with us. I hope you're feeling well. Thank you for joining us.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. I can't see my own picture, but can you see me?
We can. You have, you're projected behind us in good fashion, and you're here in front of us as well.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, I see it there, and I see my PowerPoint. So, good afternoon. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the presiding hearing officer of the State Water Board's Administrative Hearings Office, and I'm here to present agenda item 6. My goal had been to have annual reports to the State Water Board on the Administrative Hearings Office progress, but you and I and all of our colleagues got occupied with other matters, so this has become a biannual report. Hopefully we'll be able to shift back to annual in the future. Next slide, please. So today I'm going to talk about the process we use to set up the AHO, the hearings and orders that have happened since June of 2020, just over 2 years ago, our pending proceedings, and our goals. Next slide, please.
And if I can, Mr. Lilly, I think important for the public to understand that prior to the creation of your office, any of these hearings would require the time and attention of any of us as board members here. And given the amount of work in water rights, the amount that of real administrative things that we always had to balance with board member time, having you as a resource here, your leadership has been incredible and a real pivot and resource for this board that we never had before. So I just mean to and need to acknowledge here at the top your leadership and just the thanks for this resource that the board didn't have prior to the creation of your office.
Well, thank you. And of course, it's the legislature that set it up, so we'll thank them as well. I will just say, Chair Esquivel, every time I watch one of your board meetings, it reminds me how many things besides water rights the board has to do, in addition to all of the complex water right matters. So if I and my colleagues have been able to take a small chunk of your work and basically make it more efficient for you to process it, that's certainly our goal, and we will continue to do that. Okay, so just by way of quick background, and I did cover this in my presentation 2 years ago, so I will go over the background fairly quickly today. The legislation listed here was signed by Governor Brown in 2018. Effective July 1, 2019, it established these sections of the Water Code. Next slide, please. Water Code 1110 specifies that the Administrative Hearings Office, which of course we refer to frequently as AHO, is an independent organizational unit within the State Board to provide a neutral, fair, and efficient forum for adjudications. And of course, we follow that statutory mandate. Next slide, please. The text in this slide is probably not very legible. This, of course, is a board organization chart. And I just have it here with the entry for the AHO circled because it does show that we are set up under the board's org chart as an independent organizational unit. Next slide, please. Water Code 1111 created the presiding hearing officer position and authorized the presiding hearing officer to hire other personnel, including other hearing officers and technical experts. The Budget Change Proposal 18 from fiscal year 2019-2020 authorized the presiding hearing officer position, 2 other hearing officer positions, and 4 technical and support staff positions. Next slide, please. So after going through the board's normal process for public hiring, the board selected me as the first administrative hearings officer, announced that on September 18, 2019, and I started working for the board in this position on November 1 of 2019. Seems like just yesterday, but it was almost 3 years ago. Next slide, please. Following my hiring by the board, I went through the process to hire, to fill out the other 6 positions within my office. I learned a lot about how state personnel hiring works. I think I conducted 34 interviews and spent a lot of time on it, but I am very happy to say I got just an excellent group of people working for me, and they've all been on board since the spring and summer of 2020. And I do want to take just one moment to say, not only do I appreciate all their hard work, but they've all shown when to take independent initiatives. And of course, they ask me when they need to, but they really have thought of a lot of things I would have never thought of and have run with them. And it really has expanded the presence of our office and the efficiency of our office. So I won't mention them all by name. They are all listed here, but it's the best group of people I've ever worked with. And I sure am happy to have them all on board. Next slide, please. So under Water Code 1112, the statute specifies that an AHO hearing officer shall preside over hearings involving various specified types of water right enforcement matters, and that the board may also assign other adjudicative hearings to the AHO, and that AHO hearing officers also may perform additional work, including when requested by the board, including some matters that are specified here. Later in this presentation, I will briefly discuss the types of proceedings that have been assigned to the AHO and our actions in those proceedings. Next slide, please. For most proceedings, our hearing officer, either I or one of my colleague hearing officers, prepares a proposed order, which is supposed to be within 90 days after the matter is submitted to the AHO in our proceeding. And then the board within 90 days can take any of these four types of actions. Excuse me. I think you're beginning to see why I'm not there in person today. So far, the board has adopted each of our proposed orders, with at most only minor amendments that the board made during the meeting process. And of course, that is our goal. The statute requires the AHO to prepare each proposed order in a form that may be adopted by the board. So of course, we do that. And our goal is for the board to be satisfied with our proposed orders and to adopt them. Next slide, please. This is a copy of the AHO homepage on the State Water Board's website. And I would like to thank DIT staff members who worked with AHO staff to develop the format of this page. It went through a few iterations, but I think we have now a very clear format and form. And of course, each one of these blue entries has a link to further pages. There have been challenges with web accessibility requirements. Again, DIT staff and my staff have worked together to meet those challenges, and I think we've done pretty well and now have a pretty informative and readable set of web pages. Next slide, please. Because of web accessibility requirements, we may not post the documents the parties file with the AHO on the board's website. And also, there are literally thousands of files that we and the parties have prepared for our proceedings. So what we've done, again, with help from DIT, is a process for setting up a main folder and subfolders as needed for each proceeding and posting those on the board's FTP site. We use this site to post all of our files for each proceeding. And we also have a separate folder within the site for parties to upload their exhibits and legal briefs. So basically, we prepare our final administrative record as we go, which down the road saves us a lot of time because everything is already all in what we think is a very good organizational structure, all electronic, of course, for the administrative record. We will provide interested parties with login information and passwords for access to these folders on the board's FTP site. Next slide, please. So we held our first hearing in June 2020, just over 2 years ago. The board adopted its first orders. There were actually 2 proceedings with orders in November of 2020. All of our proceedings have been by Zoom teleconference, something I certainly had never heard of Zoom. I did not anticipate when I started working for the board in November of 2019, but that is the COVID reality we have lived with. And frankly, I think in a lot of ways, it has been more efficient for us than in-person hearings would have been. We can have multi-format presentations, just like this presentation now with both the slide or whatever exhibit page displayed next to the person who's talking, and we can have a recording of that. I think a lot of people are very grateful for the reduced travel times to and from Sacramento, particularly for pre-hearing proceedings. We can have a half-hour status conference for people from all over the state with essentially no travel time. And we get our recordings and our Zoom-generated transcripts available immediately, so we don't have the delays associated with a court reporter preparing transcripts. Next slide, please. We also post or provide real-time access to parties who want to watch our hearings without participating on YouTube. And we also post all the recordings there for future reference by anybody who's interested. And again, that's accessible through our webpage. Next slide, please. The Zoom platform immediately generates a Zoom-generated transcript similar to the transcript that appears for board meetings. It's not accurate enough to be an official hearing transcript, but it does provide the hour, minute, and second of each statement, so anyone can use it to locate, a particular passage on the Zoom video plus audio recording, which is our official transcript. Interested parties also may order court reporters if they want to prepare traditional reporters' transcripts, and parties have done that in some of our proceedings. Next slide, please. This slide lists the board. This is sort of our final product to show what we've actually accomplished. This slide lists the orders the board and the board's executive director have adopted in AHO proceedings. The order numbers that end with exec are obviously, I'm sure you're all familiar, our executive director orders were the ones without any suffix or board orders. All of the executive director orders listed here were executive director orders approving settlement agreements among the parties. All of our orders that have followed contested hearings have gone to the board, and the board has ultimately adopted the orders. There are 3 more orders that the board adopted in July, just to let you know, we still are working hard, that were adopted during the board's July meetings. We haven't yet received order numbers or clerk certifications for those orders, so we have not yet been able to ask DIT to post them to this page, but obviously we will as soon as we get those final orders from the clerk. Next slide, please. So in our proceedings, we do have a statutory priority for enforcement matters. We've had 7 board orders after AHO hearings and 8 executive orders after settlements. And the third sub-bullet point here is something I would like to emphasize. And I'm not sure, these numbers change frequently, but I think these are the most up-to-date numbers. The Division of Water Rights Enforcement section has withdrawn 10 other ACL complaints where there had been hearing requests, and 7 respondents have withdrawn their hearing requests. Basically, in each case after a pre-hearing resolution of the complaints. Certainly the parties deserve most of the credit for resolving their issues and leading to these results. But I would like to think that the fact that we were ready to issue a hearing notice and hold a hearing may have motivated these parties to take these actions when they did. And then also listed here, we have had 5 orders after AHO hearing and permitting proceedings. Those are hearings on applications and for new water right permits and petitions to change existing water right permits and licenses. Next slide, please. So currently pending, we have developed and certainly still have a full docket. There's a proposed order that has been submitted to the clerk of the board that my colleague Nicole Kinsey will be presenting to the board during its August 16th board meeting. For the 3 water right enforcement proceedings described in the second bullet point, one is a proceeding for which there was a hearing before a board member that was held before the AHO was created. As Chair Esquivel, as you mentioned, that was the old way that the board did hearings. There's not been a final order in that matter, and it was assigned to us to go through the hearing transcript and recording and exhibits to prepare a proposed order for consideration by the board. The other 2 proceedings are proceedings where the AHO has held hearings and either the parties have completed briefings, filing their closing briefs, and we're working on the proposed order, or the parties still are working on their closing briefs. And after we receive those, we will work on the proposed order. There was an enforcement proceeding. We had one more scheduled for hearing. I just learned last week that the prosecution team withdrew its request for action in that proceeding. So I guess we can sort of take that one off the list. And we will be scheduling hearings in the 4 permitting proceedings. They tend to have some preliminary pre-hearing steps, so we can't get them to hearing right away. But of course, we try to get them to hearings as soon as we can. The last 3 bullet points are interesting. We have, and again, this is in cooperation, particularly with Eric Ekdahl, who I would like to thank personally for working to refer matters from the division. Of course, he has to recommend them to the SOBAC, who then refers them to our office, but in different types of proceedings besides traditional water right enforcement and permitting. We have a court reference under Water Code 2000. The court reference was made to the board, and the executive director, Ms. Sobek, referred that or assigned that to the AHO, where we will hold a hearing and prepare a proposed report of referee, obviously for final consideration by the board. We also had an investigation of a proposed water transfer. Comments on the draft report and investigation are due the end of this month, and we will then prepare a final report. And we have a complex proceeding involving a petition to change a fully appropriate stream designation that's pending. We've had some of the phases. Again, Ms. Kunze has taken the lead on that, but we've had some phases of that process we've held hearings on, and others to be scheduled in the future. So next slide, please. Water Code 1113 says that the Administrative Adjudication Code of Ethics, which is listed here, applies to AHO hearing officers. And of course, we do follow that. As appropriate, we use precedents from court decisions on court and administrative ethical issues for guidance. And I did mention in the second bullet point that we're independent from other board divisions, although we certainly do have some coordination as necessary during our processes. The third bullet point is one that's been very important to me over the years, and I've emphasized it. Some might say I've been fanatic about it. And that's to try to avoid all individual, what are referred to as ex parte contacts with the parties. Ex parte is Latin for something like talking to one party when the other parties aren't present in the room to hear the conversation. I think that's very important, so everybody knows what our discussions are with any party. Sometimes it takes a little extra time when somebody really wants to just talk to us about how they can upload a file to our FTP site. And I say, no, you need to send us an email with copies to all the other parties. Frankly, it's probably overkill, but also some of the other parties may be having similar problems. And most importantly, then everybody knows what all our communications are with the parties about any particular proceeding. And we also post those communications, usually PDF files of emails, to the board's FTP site in the folder for the proceeding that's accessible by all interested parties. We do occasionally have necessity of recusals where AHO staff members have previously worked on matters that now are before the AHO, and we do advise the parties of those recusals. Next slide, please. The statute does also direct that we have efficient hearings, which we think also means prompt hearings. And these are some of the actions we take to try to achieve those results. We follow a practice that the Division of Water Rights started before the AHO was created, and we think it's a very good practice of preparing proposed amended water right permits and licenses in most permitting proceedings, and then including those with a hearing notice. That way, the parties can focus their exhibits, testimony, and legal arguments on the disputed issues, and we can sort of lay a framework to those discussions, and arguments can be much more focused. Also, as discussed in the very last bullet point here, we normally include amended water right permits and licenses as appendices to our proposed orders. which then the board adopts, and then the division simply has to issue the amended permanent license. And I think this, we've certainly heard how busy the Division of Water Rights is, particularly with ongoing drought matters. This way, the division doesn't have to take any additional work other than simply basically removing the Appendix A label if necessary, having Mr. Eckville sign the amended permit or license and sending it out. I think they usually also have to prepare a CEQA notice of determination, but I think this saves a lot of time. We certainly coordinate both at the notice stage and at the final stage with the appropriate staff within the Division of Water Rights who've been excellent in providing templates and other information to us about particularly standard permit terms, so we can include those and get them in the appropriate form in our amended permits and licenses. I will just emphasize also in the fourth bullet point, we do conduct site visits. I've been doing this for a long time, and no matter how well I look at all the pictures, diagrams, maps, and so forth, there's just no substitute for seeing the facilities and the topography in real life and seeing what it all looks like. Of course, we send notice to all the parties, and all the parties have opportunities to participate. And my very competent, qualified staff takes photos and video recordings of the key observations and discussions during those site visits. And of course, we add those to the administrative record. Just the fact that the legislature set up the whole process so that the hearings and proposed orders are within our office and that we have designated expertise in water right proceedings, I think really does give us an advantage for getting our proposed orders prepared and completed in a timely manner. Next slide, please. So our process for preparing proposed orders, the applicable statute, Water Code 1114, specifies a deadline, which normally is 90 days after the matter is submitted, for us to complete our proposed order and send it to the clerk of the board. With the Zoom recordings, we don't have delays for preparation of hearing transcripts, and we can get right into closing briefs by the parties in our proposed order. One thing we've done that I think is a very beneficial proceeding is we almost always, except in the very simplest matters, we almost always circulate draft proposed orders to the interested parties for their review and comments before we prepare our final order and transmit it to the board clerk. This is good. I mean, we certainly do the best we can with our draft proposed orders, but I will say in almost every single matter we've had the parties' comments, and we don't agree with them all, of course, and some of them disagree with each other. But often the parties have very valid comments, and we make edits to our draft proposed orders to consider those, which leads to better final proposed orders. We normally include an appendix in our final proposed order that summarizes the parties' comments and our responses. And then we have a package that, frankly, I'm not sure exactly the best way to say it, but I think it's much closer to final for the board to adopt because we've gone through that round with the parties already. Of course, parties still may make additional comments to the board and often do, but I think we really do facilitate a process that makes it easier for the board to get to a final order after we've submitted our proposed order. Next slide, please. So what are we going to do in the future? Well, we are continuing to refine our process for the different types of matters that come before us, all listed here. We've so far had all of these 5 types of matters have been assigned to us. The statute does allow other types of matters to be assigned to the AHO as well, and that certainly may happen in the future. As mentioned in the second big bullet point here, we are working with Division of Water Rights and Office of Enforcement to prepare a memorandum that after it's completed certainly will be public and posted on our website, a webpage that describes the process that we will use for considering water right enforcement issues that arise during water right permitting proceedings. And the way this can come up in different contexts, I think the most common context is the holder of a permit, or water right permit or license will file a change petition wanting to change point of diversion, place of use, purpose of use, or some combination thereof, or make other changes. And another party will file a protest, and among other things, will raise the issue that the underlying water right should be partially or completely revoked because of non-use, either partial or total non-use. That becomes an enforcement issue that we may or may not be able to address during the permitting proceeding. So we're working, as I say, with Division of Water Rights and Office of Enforcement to prepare a memorandum that will describe the processes that they and we will use so that we can either address or decide not to address such issues when they arise during permitting proceedings. So as discussed in the last bullet point here, I'm sure if you asked Mr. Ekdahl, he would agree. I think what I can say is we may have chipped away at the tip of the iceberg, to use one metaphor, of the Division of Water Rights application and petition backlogs, but we're trying to help get that backlog reduced, hopefully eliminated eventually, and we're trying to do that process as efficiently as we can. Many of the applications and petitions have been pending and dormant for many years, and of course, our goal is to get those resolved. Next slide, please. So we will continue to prioritize our processing of water right enforcement proceedings as required by the statute. We will continue to work with the Division of Water Rights to determine which permitting proceedings and other matters the division should recommend that the executive director assign to the AHO. We have used and will continue to use orders setting deadlines, primarily pre-hearing deadlines, to complete various actions to move proceedings along. And there are different pre-hearing matters that need to be completed before matters are ready for hearing. The most common and I think most important one is often there's not a completed CEQA document, an EIR or negative declaration usually. And particularly if the petitioner or applicant is a public agency, they're the lead agency. So it's within their responsibility to do that. And we normally don't want to hold a hearing until after that CEQA document is completed, because frankly, it may have very useful information, particularly regarding the environmental impacts or potential environmental impacts of the proposed action. So we have used that process basically under the board's authority to require parties to provide information to specify deadlines for completion and submission of those documents to basically try to keep them moving along. As noted in the last bullet point, we haven't done this yet, but I'm hoping to get started with some mediations. I do have some experience and training as a mediator in appropriate proceedings. Some proceedings will never resolve, but others, there is a good chance they will resolve, and parties have even asked us for assistance in mediation in some proceedings. So I'm trying to work on setting up that process. I'm pretty sensitive, having done mediations in court. I never really thought it was fair when the trial judge said, okay, well, I'm going to be the mediator today, so divulge all your confidential information about what you're willing to settle. And if we don't settle, by the way, I'll forget all that, and then we'll have a trial. So we have a small office with limited personnel, but as much as possible, I'm going to try to take the view that whichever AHO hearing officer runs a mediation, then he or she is basically off the team for subsequent hearing proceedings if the mediation does not result in a settlement. It doesn't talk about any of the substantive issues with that. I think that's in fairness to the parties, and hopefully if the parties trust us that we really will do that, which we certainly intend to, they can be more candid in the mediations and we're more likely to actually reach mediated settlements. Next slide, please. Well, 2 more to go. Thank you for your patience. So, as I mentioned earlier, when I started working for the board at the end of 2019, I had no idea how dramatically, I had no idea COVID-19 would come up. I'd never heard of it. And I certainly had no idea how dramatically it would change our processes. But it did, and we have adjusted and developed an efficient and productive office. I almost cringe when I think about what the next unknown development is, since of course we don't know what it will be. But I think we've at least established a foundation so we can adjust our processes as necessary to deal with changes and to continue our goals of providing fair and efficient hearings and solid proposed orders to transmit to the board for the board's consideration. So next slide, please. This last slide. So this is a whirlwind tour through almost 3 years of the AHO and our goals for the future, and I will be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lilly. It's really is impressive knowing that the pressures of COVID and which I think across our institution and have been able to handle well, but particularly as you stand up a new office, how challenging that must have been. And so to see the amount of productivity out of the AHO at this really needed time, truly, as we have a new and even more renewed focus on water rights in this, I hate to call it this drought because we are so much in the middle of responding to ongoing impacts from the last, in 2014, 2015, the depths of this last dry period, if you will. So just thank you. I know there's a lot of pressures and have just been incredibly impressed at the professionalism and here just the building of a first office for us in a way that is actually taking advantage of these 21st century technologies, is completely remote, and to your point, has actually found a lot of efficiencies in kind of being forced into that space. And so to your note, who knows what the next uncertain thing may be around the corner, but I know that we have a strong foundation thanks to you and your other hearings officers and all the staff at the AHO in building something for the first time. And here, while we're still kind of flying midway. So thank you. I look over to my board colleagues if there are any questions or thoughts at this point. For me, I'll just note as we said, there is so much more work to be done in the water rights space. We haven't really even chipped at the iceberg that is that backlog. But for me, I continue to be encouraged and look to ways in which we can continue to use the AHO to facilitate just the good work we know that's going on. There's a lot of big projects that are coming down the line, a lot of important decision making before us. And so I just see, as we as a board continue to evaluate the AHO, how best do we take advantage of the resource that you've created so that we can navigate what's going to be a not very easy decision-making space in these next years, knowing that we have some big projects, a lot of work on the water rights space, but here, just a great foundation thanks to you. So thank you. And I'll kick it over to our vice chair.
Thank you. It's always great to hear from you, Mr. Lilly. And I've got quite a few questions, but I think I'll start with the ex parte issue that you raised and want to hear a little bit more about your thinking on this, and would also appreciate, I did have a sidebar conversation earlier with Mr. Laufer, and the reason I would like to spend a little more time on this is that I do think that there might be some confusion and perhaps concern by stakeholders with respect to communications between those in your office and the Division of Water Rights. And so I'm asking for a little more time to be spent on this for two reasons. Number one, to just clarify that you and our Office of Chief Counsel are thinking through the potential ethics implications there. And then secondly, I plan on asking some questions about efficiencies. And I know that as you take on more cases, more matters, your staff is limited. And of course, we want to encourage efficiencies with the existing staff that we have at the Division of Water Rights or Delta Water Master. And so, really looking for maximization of these efficiencies, but then, that might involve some communications. And so just want to get your thoughts on that, your thoughts and Mr. Laufer's thoughts.
Okay, should I go first or should Mr. Lawfer go first? He, I'm sure, has a lot to say about these issues. They're very important.
I'll go ahead and kick off the conversation, and Mr. Lilly, you can add wherever you see fit. As we talk about the role of the Administrative Hearings Office, and if you look at the slides that Mr. Lilly put up, they were very clear in recognizing that the role and function of the ex parte communications prohibition, both from a due process perspective, as recognized by the courts, including the California Supreme Court in a variety of cases like DABC v. Quintanar and the Morongo decision involving the Water Board, has been a recognition that the parties should not have an opportunity to bend the ear of the adjudicator outside the presence of the other parties. And you all are familiar with that. We have our ex parte limitations when the board's sitting in an adjudicative capacity, and essentially everything that the Administrative Hearings Office does is in an adjudicative capacity. The ex parte prohibition, as reflected in the slides that Mr. Lilly put up, extends to parties to the proceeding, which we've also extended to include, in appropriate circumstances, of course, interested persons in the proceeding. However, if you go back and you look at what the California Supreme Court has said in the Quintanar decision and in the Morongo decision via footnotes, but it's still important in terms of the thought process for the courts, as well as what administrative law scholars have said about it, is that an administrative adjudicator and the ultimate decision makers in an adjudicative agency, such as the Water Board, that would be the board members, and other agencies, it's the agency head, should have the ability to take advantage of the resources within the agency that are not a party to the proceedings. So in most of the proceedings before Mr. Lilly involving enforcement matters, the Division of Water Rights and the Office of Enforcement participate as a party advocating a specific result. The Office of Chief Counsel has attorneys who are available who have not touched the case. Likewise, the Division of Water Rights has both historical policy perspectives that could potentially be tapped by the Administrative Hearings Office, as well as technical expertise. And it essentially, drawing on what Vice Chair Diadamo said, is a recognition that there is limited bandwidth at the Administrative Hearings Office. And so long as the ex parte limitation prohibits any party from having an indirect communication with the decision maker or the ultimate decision makers, the hearing officer, whether it's in the AHO or the individual board members, can draw on the neutral expertise and resources within the agency writ large, including non-party staff within the Division of Water Rights, as well as legal assistance from the Office of Chief Counsel. Now, the reality is that bubble extends across anybody that advises, and they can't have any communications with any of the parties to the proceeding, either within or without the Water Board. And as I indicated, the California Supreme Court has indicated that, ensuring that ex parte limitation extending to any of the advisors involved in the final decision is what's necessary in order to satisfy due process concerns. Now, while that is what we think the correct legal construct is, the reality is that the Office of Administrative Hearings has largely, and I don't want to really put words in Mr. Lilly's mouth, but has been able to operate independently, but they know that they have resources available and they can reach out to non-party staff, either within my office or within Mr. Ekdahl's division, in order to assist them if they need it within the confines of an individual proceeding. And so long as we make sure that those staff have not been involved in any way with party staff to the proceedings or had communications with outside parties to the proceedings. And Mr. Lilly, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Well, that certainly is a very good summary. Of course, a very accurate recitation of the applicable legal rules. The only thing I will add is we have had requests from interested parties, excuse me, for us to provide a list of who within the Water Board staff is on a prosecution team and who is on the hearing team in a given matter, which I think is a reasonable thing for parties to ask. And it takes a while to do that because a lot of times we're trying to anticipate people who haven't been involved at all as to which team they will ultimately be on. But we've tried to do that and advise the parties of that. it's particularly confusing within the Division of Water Rights. This is one of my pet peeves. I don't have very many, but one is, unfortunately, because of web accessibility requirements, the board no longer posts its organization charts on its website. And for outsiders, I think it's very confusing to figure out who's where and what. And so what I've done is prepare a memorandum basically saying who's on the enforcement team, who's on the hearing team, and include a copy of our org chart so people can see that when that's out there and make sure. And of course, it's particularly confusing within the Division of Water Rights because they have an enforcement section, which almost always is on the prosecution team. And then also other people who have, very important technical expertise who can be on the hearing team. So we certainly follow the rules Mr. Lawfer described, and we try to disclose that to the parties and take that very seriously. We also, Mr. Lawfer did not mention this, but Office of Research Planning, I forget, ORPP, I can't remember what the second P is, but Mr. Nachbauer's office has engineering geologists, and we have a matter where we may be calling on an engineering geologist to provide her expertise to help us. So, and of course, we will disclose that as well. So that's what we do. We're certainly very cognizant of this. It's less of a problem in permitting matters because usually then there's no prosecution team. So at least nominally, nobody from the water board has a party status, but we are cognizant of that. I think, Vice Chair Diodamo, there may have been something else you were alluding to, which I think is very important, and that is that sometimes scrupulous attention to ex parte rules can become laborious, as in we can't just call somebody and talk to them about how to upload their exhibit file or something like that, and instead we go through an email process and so forth. And there's no doubt that's less efficient, but I guess I think the benefits of being very strict on avoiding ex parte contacts outweigh the problem with lost efficiencies. So I don't know if that completely answers all of your questions, but if not, please let me know and I'll follow up.
Sure. I did have one other question, and it's related to the communications with staff as non-parties. And so the second question is related to, and I don't know that you would be equipped to be able to answer this, but maybe in a future either report or communication, but looking at how can we quantify the efficiencies of the AHO? So my sense is that things are moving along much better than in the past. I see, as a board member, we see more cases come to completion, that are brought to our attention. And then, of course, there are the matters that because you sit in the chair that you sit in, cases are settling. People know that you are ready to process, and so we're seeing more cases settle. Nonetheless, some of these cases are rather involved and do involve staff time both at AHO and also at various offices within the State Water Board. And so I'm just looking for a way that we can, going forward in the future, figure out how can we quantify the efficiencies or lack of efficiencies of this new office that we have now that you've been here for several years. And Ms. Sobek, Mr. Oppenheimer, all of you, welcome to comment, both as to your opinion now or, how could we go forward with an evaluation of this without it taking up the exercise in and of itself, taking up a lot of time.
I think I'd want to confer both with Mr. Lilly as well as Mr. Ekdahl, because some of the data systems and internal tracking that they have within the Division of Water Rights would probably be most illuminating in terms of being able to compare timelines when items went through. It's hard to kind of reduce it to a single dimension in terms of time, because as you know, each of these cases spins out all sorts of complexity. But I think we could, as a management team, sit down and talk about ways that we could tease that out and then work with the AHO throughout that process, of course, and then bring it back either in an executive director's report or in a subsequent AHO report.
Okay, and and certainly we would be glad to work with Mr. Loffer and Mr. Ekdahl and others as necessary to address that issue. I will just say there's, and I think Vice Chair Diagama, you're certainly aware of this. There's a tension between efficiency and due process here. I mean, it's unavoidable. To give everyone an opportunity to put on their whole case, a lot of times may involve, and of course they don't always know what evidence we're going to ultimately conclude is relevant. So they're going to tend to put on any evidence they think might be relevant, whether or not we ultimately consider it or cite it in our final proposed order. And that takes more time. There's no doubt about that. That's the American legal system. It's not an efficient system. It's supposed to be fair to all the parties, but at the expense of perhaps taking more time. So, and of course, that means if in enforcement matters, if respondents raise issues, sometimes I'll turn to the prosecution team and say, I think you need to address this issue, and that'll take more time by the prosecution team. So, there's no one simple answer here, and of course, we can continue to work with board members as appropriate and with Mr. Loffer and others as appropriate to address this. But I want to just note there is an inherent conflict between providing full due process of law to all parties and having a most efficient hearing. And that conflict will always be present.
Understood. Thank you. And then just lastly, want to thank you for your suggestion your consideration of mediation, and look forward to further updates on that. That's all I have.
Yeah, well, and certainly if we can resolve things through mediation, that's a huge efficiency.
Thank you both, and thank you so much, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, Mr. Lilly, thank you for the update today. And it's better late than never, even if it's a biannual report. I still think you have a lot of important information. And I don't have a whole lot in the way of questions. Just want to say that I really have looked at the Administrative Hearing Office has quickly become a critical part of the board broadly. And, as having once worked in the Division of Water Rights and needed a place to refer certain matters to, that wasn't always self-evident. Now having that through your office, I think is an incredible benefit for us to be able to move these types of issues forward. So just looking at that list today and seeing, the cases that have settled out, plus all the list that has been addressed through your office over the last couple of years, really is remarkable. I didn't have a way to benchmark or set expectations. I didn't really quite know what was within the realm of possibility, but given everything that you've been through and having to start from scratch, well done, I would say. And I guess maybe I do have a question. So I guess that is, you just kind of teeing off this discussion about efficiencies and where we can find, or, are you working at a high level? I just would always be interested, this is a group think, your matters involve many, many parties, from the division, water right holders, their council. And so always interested in hearing from the community that's involved with your office in terms of their ideas. You're 3 years in nearly now, so are there thoughts or suggestions for ways to continue to improve what you've already established and build on that? Acknowledging, of course, that you do have limited resources, but that there's always room for improvement. I've always sensed, Mr. Lilly, that you're open to that and those types of constructive suggestions. So would be interested to learn more about what the public thinks generally about ways to improve.
Well, that's certainly a very good suggestion. I remember many, many years ago when Art Baggett was the board chair, one of the first things he did as board chair was he held a workshop and basically said, everyone's invited to tell us how we can make water right proceedings better, more efficient, fairer, and so forth. And I think he heard a lot. He may have heard more than he wanted to hear, but I think he responded to a lot of that and really made some significant improvements. So it's something we can add to our list. And we can certainly do that if it's publicly noticed and everyone's invited and it's not concerning any specific proceeding. We don't have any ex parte rules. But I think that is a good suggestion, which I had not thought of. So thank you.
Thank you, board member. And again, just thank you, Mr. Lilly. I know you're a bit under the weather, and so appreciate that we have these ability to have a remote meeting here and still have your participation. And so thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Discussion. And again, I think you hear from all of us just acknowledging how critical the resource of the AHO is, how we appreciate the care and attention you've given it to it, and how we can all acknowledge that there's still a lot to do. There's still here a lot, whether it's the backlog or the decision-making we're going to be called to do, so these process improvements. And I appreciate, to your point, there is that fundamental challenge between, belts and suspenders, due process, and timely and quick and expedited work. And so I think it's one of those fundamental things, a problem you don't solve but manage. It is something that we always have to simply balance here in our work, but appreciate the good conversation on what that balance might be. I have nothing further, and so just thank you again. Really appreciate that this is, and again, overdue or not, just a really important conversation. And so look forward to the next update, and I know much work here to be done. I don't believe we have any commenters.
We had one commenter, and that was Ms. Samito, who was on earlier today for public forum, but she did not stay on the Zoom platform.
Yeah, okay. Then I think that concludes this item and this informational update. Again, thank you, Mr. Lilly. Really appreciate incredibly your contributions.
Chair Esquivel, I will point out that Sheila Miember, who had been on, I believe, for public forum, does have her hand up.
Okay, yes. Thank you for flagging that. Ms. Miember, please, we'll unmute you in case you're looking to comment on this item, or perhaps to touch base to the public forum comment you were unable to provide us. If it's the latter, I'll close off this item and we can take your public comment quickly. So thank you.
Yes, I guess you would classify this under public comment.
Okay, then one moment. I'll just go ahead and say that that concludes our discussion then on item number 6. And before we get to item number 7, I'd like to call up Sheila Miember to be able to provide her your public comment that you weren't able to earlier. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to submit my comment. I would like to add some further comments regarding the illegal cannabis issue, which Ginger Samito presented earlier. And I also wanted to state previously, I had sent all the water board members a copy of the recent Siskiyou County Grand Jury report on the impact of the cannabis grows in our county, which focused on the issue of illegal cannabis grows in Siskiyou County and the effects it has had on our rural community. The report outlines the negative impacts the illegal cannabis grows has had on our county, our environment, resources, and lifestyle. We have tried to enlist help and assistance from our state senators, local representatives, our governor, state and federal agencies, and others. But those pleas have fallen on deaf ears. I would hope you have read the grand jury report, which includes pictures, and would agree that there is a real need to preserve this beautiful county of ours, and which has so much to offer in the way of recreation, landmarks, historical sites, and a lifestyle and pristine beauty that draws people from all over our area. For some background on me and our family, we are a 5th generation cattle operation located in Shasta Valley along the Shasta River. We have always been supportive for improvements, conditions for the fish. My husband has received recognition and awards from the North Coast Regional Water Quality Board for the enhancement of water quality, and the Klamath River Basin Fisheries Task Force for supporting agronomous fisheries restoration. Our children and grandchildren want to continue with the preservation of the Shasta River for the fish and the improvements that we have made. But because of illegal pot growers who are not following the law and regulations, water theft, contamination of our water and land, hazardous material spills, wildlife poisoned. It's putting all this at risk. Our law enforcement agencies and personnel are understaffed and unable to monitor the increasing violations and environmental abuse taking place. This is a public and safety issue. Law-abiding citizens are being targeted and threatened with water restrictions and fines, thus curtailing their legal water rights. But there doesn't seem to be an urgency to go after the illegal users and those that are aiding, abetting, and profiting from the illegal activities. As a result of this illegal activity, we are now encountering organized crime, various cartels, Chinese, Mexican, Russian, Mongs, and human trafficking, inhumane treatment of animals, air pollution, armed guards, all of which have created a black market situation. Huge plots of land are being purchased in this county for marijuana, which is being laced with drugs such as fentanyl. 80% of illegal marijuana grown here is transported out of California. Brissette Farms and Darrell Souza, just to name a few, continue to violate health and safety codes big time. And I would say stiffer fines and legal actions need to be taken against these individuals. Prop 64 has been a failure and thereby created a black market situation that is thriving. Cal EPA has a $16 billion budget, and the focus and the resources from that department needs to be providing additional funds and personnel to Siskiyou County to eradicate this cancer that is affecting our county. Our governor likes to tout about the budget surplus, and therefore the governor needs to step up to the plate and address our concerns. So in my opinion, and others who are living in this area and dealing with the consequences of what is happening here, we feel a state of emergency needs to be declared. One further comment, and I'll finish with this. I take exception to one of the commentators lumping all farmers, ranchers, ag users into one group as not good stewards of the land, and that's my wording. So I hope you take my comments and move forward with helping our area because it's reached a crisis situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miember. I did provide here, and I'll repeat my comments to Ms. Samito. One, I appreciate you flagging this for the board, and would note, importantly, there's actually a firewall between actual enforcement cases and enforcement and us as a board. But we did receive an update from our enforcement staff to help shed light on the fact that we are putting resources to what is one aspect of the drought here, and a challenge certainly we know in Siskiyou County. And so since 2019, the board has issued over 50 notices of violation for cannabis-related water rights and water quality investigations. Additionally, we've also conducted 52 drought curtailment inspections since 2020. 25 of those have been in the last 6 months. We've issued 18 administrative civil liability orders, and currently we're processing, as we understand, 28 pending complaints in addition to the ones that you and Ms. Samito have been bringing up. So do know that we take all waste and abuse of the water rights system and water quality violations very seriously. And so I appreciate you flagging these, but also important to note, this is one aspect of what are a huge amount of impacts from this drought in our watersheds, and one that has been flagged for attention and that we are putting resources to, but just one aspect. But thank you. I know there is an incredible amount of concern in the county and the community, and like I said, as I reviewed the work that our enforcement staff are doing to contribute to getting a handle on it, appreciate that we'll continue to balance out what are, for I know all of our agencies and our communities, a limited amount of resources to do everything, and so we're doing our best to make sure and have that right balance amongst it all. So I really do appreciate you flagging and continuing to bring this to the board, Ms. Miember.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, and we will continue to monitor what is going on, and also provide any additional information that you may need to continue with your efforts in this regard.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that totally. And please do continue to communicate with our staff if anything, and hear anyone listening as well, any illegal activities or issues that should be brought to the board. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everyone's patience on that as we had a good touchback to our public forum. And now it brings us to item number 7, or apologies, yes, 7, board member reports. Anyone like to start?
Sure, I can start.
Thank you.
Everyone's looking down this way. So I just have one item. On July 27th, I had the opportunity to meet with a group of leaders in the Central Valley. Also go on to a tour to see some of the good work that's being done. We had a great discussion about some of the projects that are being completed, that have been completed, and some ongoing work and collaboration that is occurring, including the water blueprint. So it was a good day down in the Central Valley, and was very just honored to be invited down there to meet with everyone.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
And I was able to join in the luncheon discussion, and just appreciate the opportunity to join board member Morgan and local officials from Merced, Fresno, and Stanislaus counties. And then on the 22nd of July, I spoke before the California Council of Environmental and Economic Balance, their summer issues forum, and just a broad overview about some of the work that we're doing at the Water Board. And it's always great to be there and be part of the conversation. I really enjoyed the discussion. And I think they did too, especially Sonny McPeak.
Shout out to Sonny. I was also at SWRCB after the last board meeting, had an opportunity to talk on Thursday along with Carla Namath around drought and all the work that we're doing, and then was honored to be on a panel with Mr. John Bishop, Sean Bothwell, and David Nahai from the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board on the 50th anniversary here of the Clean Water Act, and where we're going and where we've come and where we need to be. I also then would just note the Water Board had a meeting up in Tahoe last week on the 26th. We'll be putting out sort of as everyone has seen our minutes from these meetings, they're not very detailed. This will be a more detailed set of minutes from that meeting, so everyone can understand the update that we received and the discussion that went on at that retreat. But I thank everyone for attending that, and felt it was a good opportunity to reflect on the board's current work. And again, the document that we used is public. We will make public the meeting minutes. It was very important to me that we keep transparency, and even though it was just an update, there's nothing new. We didn't agree to any new priorities or anything. Good to keep folks following along with that. So thanks everyone for that. And then would just note then last Friday, met with the governor and a number of water agencies to go over where the numbers are here on conservation. Again, trending in the right direction, still a lot of months ahead, and the potential for a dry winter. So still work to do, but it was good to gather, note some success, and continue to emphasize the real need to conserve. So that's all I have on my reports.
I think you'll sense a theme here. I was also at SWRCB on Friday, spoke on a panel also with Mr. Sean Bothwell and Jonathan Bishop, so there's something going on there. But this was a different topic, and this was on the commercial, industrial, institutional stormwater permit that the Los Angeles Regional Board is currently looking into. So just talking about that area of stormwater, sort of an largely unregulated area, and what the future may have in store. So I think it was a good discussion as well. That's all I have.
Board member. Okay, well, that brings us to the end of our agenda today. We do not have a board meeting tomorrow. Our next board meeting is scheduled for August 16th in 2 weeks. And so I just thank you everyone as always for the good participation and discussion today. This meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you all in 2 weeks.
Yes, and just
wait a
to
minute.
state for the record, because the board will be adjourning to closed session, there were 3 items noticed for closed session. The board will only be meeting on 2 of the items. It will meet on the second item listed for the Administrative Hearings Office, which concerns the administrative civil liability complaint issued by the Assistant Deputy Director concerning Grizzett Farms and Stephen David Grizzett. And then it will meet in a personnel closed session as well. There will not be a closed session on the Blue Triton item.
Thank you, Mr. Law, for the important clarification as we recess, or as we go to closed session, and then you'll close out the meeting.
Yes, and then just for planning purposes, probably about 5 minutes or 10 minutes to relocate, just so we can let any participants for the closed session know. For the board members, we'll be going up to 2510. Or you can participate remotely from your offices.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. See you soon.